Đang đây mà.
Sangat baik. Oh ya, biasanya lagi terus. Iya. Berbunyi. Hah? Iya. Suaraku.
Lagi, ya. Iya. Roni. Setuju oleh Bepom itu sering terjadi Pak Roni.
Attention to all the participants in the Balai Krida Husada. The event will be started. Your safety is our first priority. And in order to accomplish this goal, it is essential that you are familiar with our emergency procedures in order to respond appropriately during an emergency. In the event of emergency, and if we are required to evacuate the building, there are two nearest emergency exits out of the building. From this floor, you can exit out of the building through the main entrance. From the second floor, you can exit out of the building through the east and west entrance. When you hear the first alarm, please remain alert and prepare yourself for any possible evacuation. And when you hear the second continuous alarm, followed by announcement on the public system, please leave the floor immediately by using the exit door which is nearest to you and proceed the nearest emergency exit which is located on the center, east and west floor which I have mentioned earlier. Our committee will direct you to assembly area which is located in front of Directorate Building. On behalf of the committee, we hope you will have enjoyable experience here. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Her Excellency Dr. Kiki Arianti Anaya, Magister Kesehatan Masyarakat, as General Director of Health Workers.
The Honorable Director of Surakarta Health Polytechnic, Mr. Sudiro SK Piners MPD.
The Honorable, the Head of School of Nursing Health Polytechnic Surakarta, Mr. Adi Mardi Harnanto, Master of Nursing.
The Honorable for all the speakers.
The beloved one, all guests and audiences.
Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you to the 7th International Nursing Conference conducted by the School of Nursing Surakarta Health Polytechnic. First of all, let us thank to the Almighty God for giving us mercies and blessings. So today we are able to attend in Balai Krida Husada and virtually in the Zoom meeting room. Also, we would like to thank you for everyone here to make time for attend the opening ceremony of the 7th International Nursing Conference of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta.
And in this year, the 7INC bring the theme Strengthening Health Transformation to Overcome Catastrophic Disease. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the opening ceremony of the 7INC, let me Ahmad Saifullah and my partner,
Melita Ashifa,
as your master of ceremony to read the sequences of today's agenda. The first is opening.
second, keynote speech by General Director of Health Workers.
Third is opening speech.
Fourth, National Anthem of Republik Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and Mars of PBNI.
The next is prayer session.
The next is closing by Master of Ceremony and introduction of the moderator.
Next is plenary session.
The next is closing.
And now let's open the opening ceremony of the 7INC by saying Basmalah together.
For all the audiences, please stand up. For all the audiences.
derajat dalam hati dan diri, bangkit berdiri dan langkahkan kakimu itu, menatap hari esok penuh asa. Perawat Indonesia bangkitlah dan majulah untuk menolong sekalian yang menderita. Kuatkanlah pribadimu, tingkatkan pengetahuan untuk memberikan asuhan keperawatan. Kita melangkah untuk mengisi pembangunan bangsa negara Indonesia, untuk mengantarkan bangsa raja sehat semua, dengan semangat jiwa Pancasila. Awak majulah dalam kancah pembangunan, tunjukkanlah pada sekalian orang. Jadilah perawat model kesehatan bangsa kita, jadilah teladan dalam hidup sehat. Bangkitlah perawat seluruh Indonesia dalam mengemban citra progresi, menjunjung tinggi pada etika perawatan, laksanakan panggilan tugas mulia. Derajat kesehatan seoptimal mungkin bagi warga negara Indonesia, sebagai bukti kiprah yang mahkota putih suci dalam mendukung pembangunan kesehatan. Dengan organisasi KPNI yang kokoh, padu bersatu serta selaras, perawat Indonesia akan mampu angkat citranya di mata insan dunia. Jadilah perawat model kesehatan bangsa kita.
For all the audiences, please sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is keynote speech by General Director of Health Workers, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, Magister Kesehatan Masyarakat. Hello, Doctor. Good morning. How are you today? Hello, Dr. Arianti Anaya. Okay. Are you ready for the keynote speech, Doctor?
Okay,
For all the
maybe for Dr.
audiences,
Kiki
please
Ariantania,
sit
there
down.
is some connection issue, so we move on the next agenda, maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is keynote speech by General Director of Health.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to hear the report speech from the head committee of International Nursing Conference, Fadila Patmarini. To Fadila Patmarini, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Her Excellency Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya MKM, as General Director of Health Workers, the Honorable Director of Surakarta Health Polytechnic, Mr. Sudiro, SKP Nurse MPD, the Honorable, the Head of School of Nursing of Whole Polytechnic of Surakarta, Mr. Adi Mardi Harnanto, Master of Nursing, the Honorable, for all the speakers, the beloved one, all guests and audiences. I'm Fadila Padma, as a chief of the committee of 7th International Nursing Conference 2023, will say thank you for all the guests and participants who attend these events with full of joy and happiness. And to all the committee who worked hard for this event. At this day, Tuesday, September 19th, 2023, will be held 7th International Nursing Conference 2023. Participants who will attend are around 500 participants, but attending these events offline and online from Zoom meeting room. The event will continue with oral presentation sessions tomorrow, Wednesday, September 20th, 2023. And this event aims to realize that we, as the nurse, and the next generation of the nurse, requires a lot of learning required resources so that we can provide our quality as a nurse, not only being independent, professional, and good quality, but also respect fellow humans, respect fellow human beings in the future. As the delegation of all the committee, I would like to apologize for all the discrepancy in this event. I hope every part of this event will be carried out well until this event is over. That's all I can say. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Fadila Padmarini, for the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to hear the opening speech. The opening speech will be delivered by Director of Whole Polytechnic of Surakarta. And in this occasion will be delegated by Mr. Widodo, Master of Nursing. To Mr. Widodo, Master of Nursing, time is yours.
Yes, yeah. Before I begin, I read the message from the director. As Deputy Director of Academic Affairs, allow me to read the remarks of the Director of the Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, because at this time he is also carrying out an official duties. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have to repeat again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat untuk semuanya. Good morning. First of all, let me greet to our distinguished guests on this special occasion. Your Excellency, Director General of Health Workers of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Kiki Ariyanti Anaya, MKM, The honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Rita Binya Adriani, SKP MKes from Polkesta, Indonesia. Professor Maria Azia Pelita Rugado from Marilano University of Philippines, Magandang Umaga. Dr. Robert Priarjo, PhD from Andrea Ruskin University, UK. Lida Jason from Hogeschool via Netherlands, Goedemorgen. Mr. Randy Aditya Darmawan from Polkesta, Indonesia, and Ms. Febrina Sartikasari, MCOP from Polkesta, Indonesia as well. And all colleges from Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, the vice directors, the heads of the School of Nursing and colleges, chairman of the committee and all staff, all lecturers and staff, and all invited guests. First and foremost, let us give thanks for the blessing of Almighty God, so that today we are present to share this extraordinary moment of friendship and knowledge. For all the distinguished speakers, thank you for gracing this event, for this our valuable time and expertise. It is an honor to hold the 7th International Nursing Conference with the theme of strengthening health transformation to overcome catastrophic disease. Presenting speakers from England, the Netherlands, the Philippines, and of course from Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia has launched health transformation in order to speed up the process of overcoming various health problems. One of these very serious health problems is that there are still many serious diseases that require very expensive treatment and are known as catastrophic disease. These diseases include cancer, heart disease, stroke, and urinary disease. In 2020, at least 20 trillion rupiah or 20% of the fund from BPJS claim was spent on treating this disease. Apart from that, this disease has also reduced productivity to a large extent. Another data that is quite worrying according to the Ministry of Health is that in Indonesia, there are around 20,000 children with fatal congenital heart disease or heart defect, and only 6,000 have access to health services. This means that only around 14,000 Indonesian children with congestive heart disease do not have or do not receive proper help. The government, together with society, certainly has responsibility to solve this problem. Through the Ministry of Health, each province is required to be able to provide services for the 4 main diseases of this catastrophic disease. Even in 2024, every regional hospital must be able to serve this serious disease. The government has issued a major policy with various programs such as accelerating the education of specialist doctors and distribution of costs. Apart from that, the government continues to strive to provide high-tech equipment. Likewise, in educational institutions where scientists, scholars, and students have the ability to find breakouts in solving these problems. Through research and community services, universities are expected to focus more on the problem of this very serious catastrophic disease. Apart from that, universities are also required to be able to contribute to solving these problems, of course, by continuing to produce quality graduates who are not only able to compete in the global market, but are also able to keep up with the demands of various health services need and technological advances. This rule certainly does not stop here. Through this international conference activity, it is hoped that there will be sharing of breakouts or new innovation that can be shared by a wide circle of people. Speakers and participants from various countries are expected to provide a wider variety of innovation so that problem solving has more alternatives, of course, considering the situation and condition in each country. Ibu Dr. Kiki Ariyanti Anaya and all distinguished guests, the 7th International Nursing Conference Nursing Department of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta again present resource persons from across continents, namely from Europe, from England and the Netherlands, and from Asia. To date, at least maybe more than 500 participants have registered as participants taking part both online and offline. Through this activity, it is hoped that good quality articles will be produced that can enter reputable international journal as well. Ladies and gentlemen, and the audience, with your permission, please allow me to officially open the 7th International Nursing Conference by reading Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So that problem solving has more alternatives. Of course, thank you. That's my greeting. Happy attending the seminar and enjoy for along the activity. And so if there are any shortcoming, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Widodo, for the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the main event, let's pray to the Almighty God so this event today could run without any problem. Dari Faras Asyam Murtada will lead us to pray together. For Dari Faras, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me guide pray in Islam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Ya Allah, ya Rahmat, for your pleasure and permissions, we can organize an international nursing conference, demonstrating health transformations to overcome catastrophic disease.
Before we start the
Ya
main
Allah,
event,
ya Alim,
let's pray to the
you are
Almighty
rich
God
in all
so this
knowledge.
event today
Help
could
us to
run
make it
without
easy
any problem.
to gain knowledge in this
Dari
international
Faras Asyam Murtada will lead us
nursing
to pray
conference,
together.
so that
For
the
Dari Faras,
knowledge we
time
can
is yours.
can be useful for us and the people around us. Ya Allah, ya Mujib, you are the one who answer prayers, grant our prayers and supplications. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me guide pray in Islam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Ya Allah.
Thank you, Dari Faras, for let us to pray together.
And international
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is keynote speech by General Director of Health Workers, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, Magister Kesehatan Masyarakat.
You are rich in our
Hello,
knowledge.
Doctor. Good
To
morning.
make it easy to gain knowledge in this international.
How are you today, Dr. Arianti? Are you ready for the keynote speech, Doctor? Oke, itu Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, Magister Kesehatan Masyarakat. Time is yours.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning,
Doctor.
Doctor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting to all of us. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya. Could you hear me? Halo? Kedengeran ya kok?
Okay.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Director Health Polytechnic Surakarta, Bapak Mr. Sudiro, our guest speaker, Dr. Robert Priharjo from the University United Kingdom, the Dr. Geraldine from the Maastricht University, Netherlands, Prof. Maria Isabella from the Eralo University, Philippines, Mr. Leda Johnson from the Netherlands too.
Indonesia Raya ta. Dah geprak ni suarane lepas nak cek ni kamar mandi. Terus aku main tak alang ke malah wis hilang.
Distinguished participant and Civitas Academy Health Polytechnic
Makanya aku main
Surakarta.
gue HP sih tak. Ya, gue cek kelas ta.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, lah.
bocor ya.
Makasih ya.
Excuse me, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya. I think your mic is in mute.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. On behalf of Ministry of Health of the Republic Indonesia, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all of you for being here in the 7th International Nursing Conference, Strengthening Health Transformation to Overcome Catastrophic Disease, held by Polytechnic of the Health Surakarta. I hope everyone is in a good health today. As we all aware, catastrophic disease cause high mortality and morbidity rate, even great health financial burden. Indonesia gives priority on 9 catastrophic disease, which are cardiovascular disease, stroke, cancer, kidney failure, child and maternal health, tuberculosis, diabetes mellitus, gastrohepatology disease, the emerging infection, and also the emerging infection disease. In this regard, the Ministry of Health Indonesia conduct the transformation of the health system with the 6 pillars. First pillar is about the primary healthcare transformation. That's the transformation aimed to expand access for the primary health services so that the root canal cause of the disease can be prevented. So this is a better treatment before somebody get sick. And the primary health transformation conduct for 4 main program. That is revitalizing health service structure and network, editing routine immunization, yeah, improving maternal and child health with the standardized audiometry for the child growth monitoring, and increasing antenatal care from 4 to 5 times and 2 times of the USG. And also, we would like to screening for disease that cause the highest death at its egg-based target. The second, that we would like to do the referral health care transformation. Health services for the catastrophic disease in Indonesia are still limited and causing long queue. To improve this condition, we expand the availability at the coverage of the referral hospital services through the multi-level coordinate network. Our target in every region and city has a comprehensive hospital care and will be achieved in 2027. And the third is the health resilience transformation. This transformation strengthens the domestic production of the pharmaceutical, medical, and medical devices. Yeah, and we would like to develop the reserve health workforce for the health crisis preparedness. For the fourth, that health the financing transformation, I think that is the important thing to support the three pillar. I mean the first pillar, second pillar, and third pillar. And the five pillar is how we do the transformation of the human resources. Health workforce has vital role in all the aspect of the health transformation, since they provide access and care of the health services. But however, the biggest issue are related on the availability of the number, the personnel, and also the undistribution, yeah, maldistribution, and also the skill and the competence of the health worker. These various challenges have a major influence how to achieve the target performance in the health program. Hence, transformation of the health human resources aiming to overcome those issues is carried out by the increasing the quality and the distribution of the quality of the health workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are agreed that supporting health worker also means taking into the consideration of their mental and emotional well-being. The demand of their work can often be physically and emotional. That is important to increase their capability and competention. Yeah, and I think this is the important pillar. Yeah. And also we have another pillar, that is the sixth pillar, that is about the health technology. As we know, now we are developing one platform for all people to access the health document integrated with one platform to more easier for us. If we would like to improve the technology utilization, especially we would like to improve the technology of the biomedical and genome science for get the precision medical diagnostic therapy. Ladies and gentlemen, the international conference here, I think is a platform for the health professional, educator, and researcher, and also the student to engage the various discussion. Yeah, and I hope all the participants is active engaged in the addressing the current challenges and exploring opportunity to improve the healthcare delivery, enhance with the patient outcome, and contribute to all the overall development of the nursing professional. if we are looking currently, we need the special or the improvement of the competency of the nursing. Like a doctor, we are increase the special for the oncology, and they need, for example, they need the special nursing for the oncology. We would like to increasing the special for the heart disease. So they need the special nursing to support their job. That's why I think this is the important thing to us to discuss in this conference. The governments need support from the all stakeholder, partner, and community to successful implement the health transformation. Yeah. Then I hope this conference hopefully can bring engagement to all the healthcare professional and exploring for the many opportunity for the quality healthcare services toward the overall development of the health transformation. Today, I hope among the participants can share knowledge with the special speaker with the full wonderful experience and insight on our strategy for more resilient global health system. Together, we can explore opportunity, address challenging, and seek innovative solution for a better national healthcare system. Last but not least, Herbie, I declare the 7th International Nursing Conference open officially. Thank you for the dedication and support as we embark on this transformation journey together. May we for a brighter and higher future on our nation. Thank you. I wish you get the fruitful and conference. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Gigi Ariyanti Anayang, Magister Kesehatan Masyarakat, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Student Committee of Dance of Surakarta Health Polytechnic, who will perform traditional dance nap in slang Jangget. Enjoy the performance. Such a wonderful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the last agenda of the opening ceremony of 7INC. Let's we close the opening ceremony of the 7INC by saying Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
I'm Ahmad Saifullah and my partner,
Melita Ashifa,
as your master of ceremony and also as representative of the committee, would like to say thank you for having your time with us. Also, we would like to apologize if there are some inconvenience when we manage this event. For all audiences, please stay in Balai Krida Husada and in this meeting room because the 7INC will be begin soon. The last one, see you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 7INC. Now we are going to start the conference session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the first plenary session. The first plenary session will be guided by Mrs. Ratna Wirawati Roshida as Nurse MCAP, a lecturer from Nursing Department of Surakarta Hull Polytechnic as moderator. To Mrs. Ratna, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, yeah. Welcome to the first session of INC. This is the 7th International Nursing Conference on strengthening the health transformation to overcome the catastrophic disease. Yeah, and my name is Ratna Wirawati Roshida. My name is Ratna Wirawati Roshida, and I'm going to be the moderator in this first session. Okay, yeah. As you know that catastrophic disease is a disease that need prolonged treatment, so that in Indonesia, especially Health Ministry has focused on the health transformation, especially for health referral to overcome this catastrophic disease. So today we will have 4 speakers today. There are Professor Rita Benya Adriani from Indonesia, and then Ruud Heijnen from Netherlands, and Laurie de Jong from Maastricht University, and also Lucien de Jong from the Netherlands. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as for information, I will open for the discussion session in the end of the presentation. So maybe if you have any question, you can raise your hand, and for the online member, you can text in the chat room, and please for the committee to facilitate it. Okay? Yeah. Okay, so let me to invite our speaker. She is Professor Rita Benya Adriani. Please, for Professor Rita Benya Adriani, have a seat. Okay, good morning, Professor. Okay, yeah, it's time is you, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Yeah. Morning. Thank you for having me as the keynote speaker for the 7th International Nursing Conference. My name is Rita Benya Adriani. I am a professor in Health Polytechnic Surakarta, your teacher. The title for today's speaking is How Javanese Culture Trishna influences nurses and patients. Next. Yeah. This is outline of PPT. There will be an introduction. The second section will be palliative care, palliative nursing care education using Trishna. Trishna model caring for cervical cancer, and the summary will close the presentation. Yeah. Based on global cancer observatory in 2021, cervical cancer patient placed the fourth patient both in cancer incidence and mortality in women. And the Asian regional is the place where the incidence and mortality rates for cervical cancer occupy the top position. Culture and nursing. Now we move to the culture and how it is important in nursing. Culture is defined an individual's characteristic way of perceiving the man-made for a part of one's environment. And involves the perception of rules, norms, roles, and values, and influenced by various levels of culture, such as language, gender, race, religion, place of residence, and occupation, and influences interpersonal behavior. More when a culture trait is a social ordination, convention, the fact that someone has been exposed to it and an appropriate situation in which to use it should make it a better predictor of his or her behavior than other kinds of culture threats. applying a culture aspect in care services can help facilitate, adapt, and change the patient lifestyle or health condition in a meaningful way. The nurses must be sensitive to culture. I introduce Trishna as the abbreviation to collection of Javanese values. It consists to teman or honesty, relo or science, care, sabar or patient, and narimo or endeavor or trisna. These Javanese values are very easily accepted and understood not only among Javanese, but also across ethnic groups and other accordance with the value in nursing, including altruistic and human caring. Now, next. Now we move to the second section. Palliative nursing care education use Trishna model, caring to cervical cancer. The purpose of the study was to analyze the effect of Trishna, palliative nursing care training for cervical cancer patient on the quality of nursing care, patient quality of life, as well as patient satisfaction. Three models here. Once again, patient on the quality of nursing, patient quality of life, as well as patient satisfaction. The study was conducted from October 2012 to May 2013 in Dr. Mowardi General Hospital using match method design. For the qualitative part, we use quasi-experiment design. The subject for this study were nurses who work in the palliative unit for 34 respondents and cervical cancer patient for 138 respondents. Instrument quality of nursing care consisted of 22 items, and instrument quality of life consisted of 54 items. And the instrument of patient satisfaction consisted of 37 items. All these instruments use a 4-point Likert scale. We can see in the table, Trishna palliative nursing care training education really influences quality of nursing care, patient quality of life, as well as patient satisfaction. There were differences in There's variables before and after training education, and intervention and control groups. This figure is to analyze social relationship among variables from despair, patient satisfaction, patient quality of life, and quality of nursing care, where 98% included by Tresna palliative nursing care education. The qualitative data emphasizes the statistic result. From the patient perspective, nurses are more informative and actively communication with the patient. Nurses also spend their time in listen to patient expressing their feelings. Therefore, patients improve their quality of life. This shows their feelings include we believe in healing by constantly trying to find a cure for cervical cancer. They were in high spirits to overcome the disease by doing her daily activities and their pets. Ladies and gentlemen, as the quality of nursing care improve, and their quality of life as well, they feel satisfied with their life. They got the support needed from nurse and nurses introduced to patient with peer support, so the patient could exchange their feelings when they have to undergo to treatment. How could Javanese values, Tresna called, influences palliative nursing care? Tresna guides nurses to have caring and altruistic behavior, demonstrated by honesty, sincerity, respect other, giving attention, calm, and non-discriminative attitudes to other nurse and patient. These attitudes integrated in nursing care to the cervical cancer patient, and therefore patient felt value as human beings. To conclude, culturally sensitive palliative nursing care enables nurse in improve the quality of nursing care, especially in the emotion aspect of nurse in providing service to cervical cancer patient. Nurse can ensure that patient needs are met without violating the value believed to the patient. Culture-based palliative nursing care can also be provided holistically for patients. I want to close the presentation with the quote from Javanese life principles. Kamulyaning urip iku dumunung ana tentreming ati. Ya, saya ulang sekali lagi ya. Kamulyaning urip iku Dumunung ono tentreming ati, kalau bahasa Indonesianya kita bisa mulia itu ada di dalam ketentraman hati kita. And quote in English would the big glory of life lies in peace of mind. Thank you for following through this presentation. I am very welcome you to reach me through email to discuss transcultural nursing and palliative care. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Rita, for your very insightful presentation. Okay, you can have a seat here. Yeah. Okay, I do agree with Professor Rita that actually as a nurse, we need to give nursing care not only in biological, psychological, spirituality, but also we need to give intervention culturally. Yeah, and to conclude that, if a nurse can apply the culture, for example, like Trishna, actually it can improve our quality of nursing care. And also for the patient can receive the better health outcomes. Okay, yeah, this is the discussion session. Yeah, I give time for all the participants to asking question. If you have any question, you can raise your hands. Okay, yeah, over there. The committee, please facilitate the microphone. Okay. And then the second participant. And then the third participant over there. Okay. Yeah, enough? Okay, for the first session, I will open for the three participants. Okay, yes, please, for participant over there. Yeah, introduce your name first.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Erli Norali Shamai from 183D 3D nursing student. Professor Rita, in your opinion, how can nurse can accept Trishna cultural values in health services? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then the second participant over there.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Aurelia Novemzia Gita Pratiwi and I'm from 1B nursing student. So my question is, why was Trishna palliative care training carried out on cervical cancer patients? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, very great questions. And then the next is from over there. Yeah, yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, introduce myself. My name is Rafiq Nurdinata. I'm from class 1C D4 nursing. Okay, my question is, what values must nurse have in order to provide caring and culture-based nursing service? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for your very great questions. I think it's enough for the first session. I will open in the second session, okay? Yeah.
Thank you. This is Ms. Ratna. Number one, early from early Your name early? Okay, no, early, yeah. 1A, D3. Yes. Tresna, also specific to Javanese culture value. It's very universal in meaning. In various culture in Indonesia or Eastern cultures, Tresna cultural value are suitable to the applied in their lives. That is what makes nurse able to easily integrated Tresna into nursing. Number 2, Aurel, 1B, D3. When this research was conducted, cervical cancer was the cancer with the second highest incidence in Indonesia. Moreover, most cervical cancer patients must be tried in important units before providing Tresna palliative nursing care education. Cervical cancer patients receive benefits which are expected to provide positive outcome for the hospital. And from Rofik, yes. The value the nurse must have include honesty, sincerity, no discrimination, respond for other people. However, the basis of it all is love, which in this study in term used is Tresna. With love, nurses can provide nursing service faculty and fully as possible and without burden. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Professor Rita. Okay, for the participants, is it clear the answer from Professor Rita? Okay, yeah. So because the time is so limited, so I would like to say thank you so much for you, Professor Rita, and yeah, thank you. Also, thank you for all of the participants who have attended. Who have active in this discussion. Okay, applause for you. Yeah. Okay, thank you for you, Professor Rita. Okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 3 speakers remaining in this session. Okay, there are Mr. Ruth Heinen. Good morning, Mr. Ruth Heinen. Okay, and then Laurie De Jong. Good morning, Mr. And then Lucien De Jong Bram. Good morning, yeah. Okay, I will invite for the 3 speakers to join in the stage. Please have a seat. Okay, it's okay. Yeah. Okay. We will have for the speaker for Mr. Laurie De Jong. Okay, are you ready? Okay, yeah. So please attention for all of the participants and for the Mr. Laurie De Jong, time is yours.
Morning. At the presentation. Oh, still done.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me to read the bill of our speaker today. Okay, zoom in. Yeah, our second speaker is Laurie De Jong from Maastricht University. Okay. Yeah, as we know that Mr. Laurie De Jong has a lot of professional experience. Okay, and his expertise is in research in health. Yeah, okay. For Mr. Laurie De Jong, this is your time. Time is.
It's working, yes. I think it's just wait for the presentation. It is. Yes, it's working. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and it's an honor to be here in this international conference with our team. And today we would like to speak to you about collaboration, interprofessional collaboration. And as an example of this collaboration, we would like to discuss hypertension. Could I have the next slide, please? Short introduction of ourselves. Okay, thank you very much. Should I introduce myself in the previous slide or just give the overview? Excellent. Yes, please. That's even better. Thank you very much. This one is the one, huh? So now I have to go back like that, huh? All right. I'd like to discuss with you some features of interprofessional collaboration. And as an example, we use the case of hypertension. More like this? Thank you very much. Oh. First, I would like to start with some facts about hypertension. And then I could use also this as an example of how in the Netherlands we look at intercollaborative professional collaboration. Okay. This one you said. Huh? Yes. This one, huh? Yes. Okay. Let me give you some facts about hypertension. I can hardly see the slide. I hope the audience can see the slides. Can you? Yes? Okay, then you have good eyes. Thank you very much. For me, it's I'm a little bit older maybe than some people in the audience, but well, hypertension, it's a big problem in the world, but also in the Netherlands, but all over the world. And you can define hypertension, as the WHO says, as a blood pressure about 140/90. Worldwide, many people suffer of hypertension. So it's a global problem. It's there in the Netherlands, but also in Indonesia. One of the big problems with hypertension is that it's very often it's unknown for patients that they have hypertension. That is the same in the Netherlands, but it's even more the case in Indonesia. Oh, thank you very much. My eyes are improving now, I see, during this lecture. That's very good. Thank you very much. Less than half of the adults, so only 42% of the adults with hypertension are diagnosed and treated. So that means that many are untreated. Thank you very much. Oh. Yes. Hypertension is a chronic disease. And chronic, it says time, it means that it needs lifelong treatment. It's also a major cause of premature death worldwide. Thank you very much. This is really flexible. I really like this flexibility. Thank you very much. This is interprofessional collaboration at its best. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hypertension is also a major cause of death, premature death worldwide, especially due to cardio and cerebrovascular disease, so stroke and heart disease. Can I use this one? Because that's not clearly. Okay, I just go there. Okay. Okay, and I can point at this one. Excellent. Thank you very much. Yes, it does. It does. Thank you very much. I found Indonesian data about the impact, the financial impact of hypertension, and it's huge. As you can see, that 2.8 trillion of Indonesian rupiah are annually needed to treat hypertension. So that is why the World Health Organization has established a reduction of hypertension with 30%. What are the challenges and facilitators in hypertension management in Indonesia? One of the challenges, of the major challenges of hypertension in Indonesia is patient awareness. Does the patient know that he has hypertension, and how does he know that? In Indonesia, this is low. Only 37% of the patients is aware of their disease. Furthermore, polypharmacy, so multiple medications due to hypertension, is very common. That means that nurses and other health workers can have an important role in health promotion and prevention activities. Uncontrolled or poorly controlled hypertension increases the risk of developing stroke or cardiovascular disease. That means that for this case especially, interprofessional collaborative practice is needed. It can play an important role to address the complex healthcare problems, such as management of hypertension. Now, how does this look like? What does it look like in the Netherlands? In the Netherlands, we also treat hypertension. Illustration of how we do that, and it illustrates that hypertension is a complex disease with many, many people involved. At first, in the Netherlands, hypertension is diagnosed and the treatment is started. So the doctor takes the blood pressure and he starts treatment. But directly after that, the nurse is involved. She gives the patient information about health prevention, healthy lifestyle, smoking, obesitas, and for instance, other diseases like diabetes. Sometimes a dietitian can be involved, especially if obesitas is present. A physiotherapist will help the patient with coming to a healthy lifestyle. Annually in the Netherlands, every patient with hypertension is seen by a nurse. She does an annual checkup, and then she checks again the healthy lifestyle, the smoking, obesitas, all these aspects again are checked every year. And the nurse is supervised by a medical doctor in the Netherlands. So he also supervises his checkup. This cycle is repeated every year. Now, what happens if complications arise? For instance, stroke, cerebrovascular disease. Initially, the patient goes to the hospital and is treated, for instance, by a neurologist. But then the physiotherapist also arrives, perhaps even an occupational therapist. The doctor continues the treatment, and the nurse again continues providing health advice and preventive care. This is a very clear illustration of interprofessional collaboration in the care of hypertension patients in the Netherlands. As you can see, WHO also has a guideline on interprofessional collaboration. And they define interprofessional collaboration as an active and ongoing partnership between professionals from diverse backgrounds, so several types of health workers working together in providing holistic services for the benefit of the patients, of the healthcare users. I would like to invite my wife now, because she's a family medicine specialist, and she will give some practical examples what this means. These four.
Good morning. I'm very pleased to be here with you. I'm Lucienne de Jonge. I'm a family practice specialist in the Netherlands, and I have my own practice there with 2,500 patients. I collaborate with 5 nurses, and these nurses are involved with chronic diseases like hypertension, diabetes, but also psychological problems. And for instance, like Laurie already says, hypertension is a chronic disease also in the Netherlands, and it involves the quality of life of the patient, not because they have to take the medicine daily, but also their impairment of the complications are lifelong. So we need a lifelong treatment for that, and we can only do that holistic, but we need something for that. And what do we need then? We need time. Yeah, we have to see the patient at least yearly. We need space. We need a room for them to see them, and we need money, of course. And what we did in our practice, but that is common practice in Holland, we make rules which person has the responsibility for what type of treatment. So my, for instance, my responsibility is the medication. I supervise the medication, but the nurse, from my opinion, has the biggest role. She needs, she sees the patient yearly and talk about health promotion, lifestyle. They check their weight. They talk about smoking. So yearly they have a conversation with the patient. How is he doing well? And that's a very important one. And she, and what we do together then, we talk about these patients and see if there are challenges, or if everything is okay, then it's okay. We see them next year. But are there complications? We check together what we can do about it. And Laurie already said, sometimes we need a nutrition because the weight is too much and we have to do something about it, or the patient actually. And sometimes the patient needs help with exercising, and then we ask physiotherapists to collaborate with us. All these things needs cooperations, like I told you already, with all the health professionals. And that's something you have to learn. You cannot do it by yourself. You only think, I do this and the other one does that, but you have to combine it. And that's something we try to educate in the Netherlands. And I think it's maybe a good idea for Ruth to explain how we does that. And maybe we can talk about that later then.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here with you and to share some of my thoughts. My background is in nursing education. More than half of my life, I've been involved in curriculum building and teacher training in professional education for nurses and other healthcare workers. So if we look at what my colleagues and the previous speakers have told, the main question is, how can we in education prepare future health professions to pick up these roles? And to do so, To do so, we pose ourselves the question, how can we build a learning program that future professionals are prepared to work as a professional nurse, but also to be capable of interprofessional cooperation. And the model you can now see on the screens is a worldwide known model. So a model is a picture that is a simplification of the reality. In the middle, you see the area of the caregiver, and this is surrounded by areas of competencies like collaborator, communicator, the health professional, lifelong learner, the manager, and the patient advocate. I will now shortly go into these areas of competencies to clarify a bit to you what it means for the content of the curriculum. First of all, in the middle of the picture, there is the role of a set of competencies for nurses of the area of caregiver, which includes, and you're very familiar with that, I'm sure, the integration of all the other roles where the application of knowledge, the body of knowledge for nurses, the skills, their attitude involved come together as clinical skills and professional attitudes. This is the core of every nursing learning program. That has been the case already for many, many years. This is nothing new. But what new is, for us, it was, at least, the other roles surrounding that. And how do we achieve that? Let's say 1 decade ago, we posed ourselves the question, What does it mean for the learning environment to educate people that they are capable to pick up these roles? And first of all, we need a very active learning environment. We need an inspiring learning environment where students learn to pick up the responsibilities that they will get in the future profession. And that we will do by offering small pieces of the reality into their learning program. We call them cases. So the entire program is based on learning by cases. In other words, problem-based learning. So what does that mean for the next role, the communicator, where the nurse has to become competent in areas to facilitate the relationship with the patient, to be an effective communicator, taking into account that we have a very diverse community, different ethnic groups in our society, different ages. This all needs specification for the role of the nurse in the communication. The next one is the collaborator, which is very much relevant for the previous information you got. To work effectively in a healthcare team, we need to prepare our future health professions in that area. And the question is, how do we do that? How can we train nurses, students to become nurses who are able to collaborate with other health professions in the future? First of all, we bring them together in small groups with other health professions already as students. And they need to clarify to each other what are the main responsibilities that a nurse has in a healthcare team in the future. And so does the physical therapy student and the OT student and speech therapy. And you can go on. The larger the group, the more effective. To understand what we do, what they will be doing in the future, what the responsibilities are. This is the starting point of mutual respect. And that is the basis for a good collaboration together. During the program, we expand these training facilities so that we bring them in a simulated situation where they interact like Lucien has told you before, in a small team, as if it is the reality. And even also in internships, they can be can participate in such a role. The next role of set of competencies is the role of the manager. More and more nurses are expected to be capable of conducting the entire process of healthcare. Not only what nurses do, but also what other health workers do or will be doing. So they are an integral part of the health organization. They have to organize in a sustainable way the healthcare. This requires also capabilities in decision-making and decision-making processes and the efficient use of resources. This set of competencies referred to as manager is also very important. Next one is the patient advocate. To be on behalf of the patient, the one who first of all represents the feelings and background and the heart of the patient in the team. So to use the expertise and influence to advance the health of the patient or a population in the team. Next set of competencies are referred to as lifelong learner. It's very crucial that students already get aware of the fact that learning never stops. At the moment of graduation, you have reached a certain level of competency, but learning will never stop. It will continue for the rest of your life. So don't throw away books at the moment you graduate. Please keep on using them for the the rest of your professional life and even afterwards. To be a good learner, lifelong, we need to take care of reflective competencies. So reflective learning is one of the key elements in our educational program. We start with that already in the first year, that students are expected to reflect on what they do, give peer feedback to their peers and the other students in the group. And that all contributes to the attitude of a lifelong learner, one who sees in every new situation an opportunity for learning. Finally, I come to the last role, which is the role of the professional. It encompasses the ethical practice, the regulation, standards of behavior, the regulations by law, etc., etc. And our health professionals are also expected to contribute to that. And I come to the end of my short presentation. If I put this all together, then we can in the future see what we call the T-shaped professional. You see, it's the shape of a T, where the horizontal area represents the general competencies, as I just explained. For every nurse, physical therapist, or whatever health profession, there are general competencies which are simplified in this model of CanMETS. That does not exclude the possibility in every program to do some kind of differentiation or specification, or probably a specialization towards, for instance, psychiatric care or community care or critical care or whatever you think of as a specification. This is not excluded, so that can be combined in every program. So whatever your specification is, there should be a basis which includes the competencies of all the general roles. Now, please, Laurie, join me, and we want to go back to what has been said before and bring it back together as a kind of summarization.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Thank you, and it was a very clear story. So if I understand you well, these roles, these various roles, the different roles of the nurses, they are very important. And as we had as an example, the treatment of hypertension, I'll illustrate to you what is the impact of these various roles. As we said before, and this is one of our take-home messages, hypertension is a chronic disease. It's life-threatening and it needs lifelong treatment. That means, I don't see the presentation. Do you see it? Yeah. That means as a I can just proceed. As a caregiver, so the central role in the CanMETS, nurses must obtain sufficient medical knowledge on hypertension. Patient awareness on hypertension is very important. That means, as a patient advocate and communicators, nurses fulfill an important role in prevention and health promotion regarding hypertension. Management of hypertension involves many health professionals. As a collaborator, one of the other roles of the CanMETS, nurses must effectively work within a healthcare team to achieve optimal patient care. Hypertension influences a patient's quality of life. That means that all healthcare workers, so nurses, doctors, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, they all should be involved in the provision of holistic patient care. Well, now, I don't know about the format, if it's allowed, if we should do our discussion now, but maybe I can first ask if there are any questions from the audience. Are there any questions someone
Please feel free to pose your questions, raise your hand, and we will bring you the microphone. Yeah, there's a question over there. I will come to you with the microphone. Is that okay? Oh, yeah. There's a question.
Yeah, please for committee to facilitate the participant.
Okay. We can just sit there or in the forum there. Okay.
There's a question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Rinjani. I'm one of the students here, and I want to ask you a question. Could you explain again the significant difference about management of hypertension in Indonesia and Netherlands? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. As I'm also a doctor in the Netherlands, but I can even see that the lady is walking around there with the microphone. She is actually a family medicine specialist. But one of the main differences, I think, in the Netherlands, that health facilities are easily reached. So it's much easier to go to a health profession in the Netherlands. We don't have these difficulties with transportation, for instance. But in general, the basic principles are the same. So that's also why the roles that Ruth indicated are also the same. So all nurses should be involved, and it is a very good thing to discuss these things in team. If I see your Puskesmas, I think the main difference is that the scale of the Puskesmas is much bigger. In the practice where my wife works, only 20 people work. That's a very small Puskesmas, I understood, because they are much larger. But the principles in generally are the same. Does that answer your question?
Okay, but I would like to give a little bit your question back to you, because if we focus on the role of the nurse in the healthcare team, it's been explained how it works in the Netherlands. My question to you is, by the way, this is my first or second day in Indonesia in my life, so I don't know anything about your healthcare, but please explain me. Tell me something about the role of the nurse in the healthcare team when it comes to hypertension. Is that possible?
Okay, maybe for the participant, can you explain how is the management hypertension in Indonesia?
I wonder if you can recognize some of the aspects that have been told.
Pardon? Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Yeah, you asked us about the differences in the treatment of hypertension, Indonesia and the Netherlands. And I want you to specify a bit if you recognize what nurses do in the healthcare team in the Netherlands. Is it compatible to what nurses do in Indonesia in the healthcare team in Puskesmas? Yeah. Is it more or less similar, or do you see big differences when it comes to the role of the nurse?
Okay, maybe I'll help. Okay, for the student, yeah. Mr. Ruth Hennen asked that maybe can you explain about the nurse's role in management hypertension, right?
Yes.
In Indonesia, especially because they don't know the hypertension management specifically in Indonesia. Okay, is it clear?
based on my experience, I was practiced in every hospitals. I like our activities like doing blood pressure, checking the patient's blood pressure, and sometimes giving the medicine. And in the puskesmas, we have cadre like what?
It's also a team effort, I understand, asking the questions. Very good. It's also interprofessional collaboration.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Very kind. Any other questions? Anywhere?
Over there,
No?
maybe? Oh, yeah. Over there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shahnaz Aina Salsabila. I'm from 184 Nurse student. So, permission to ask regarding hypertension. Sometimes when we experience anxiety disorders, our blood pressure is high. Well, many people interpret anxiety as an early symptom of depression. So my question is, are people with hypertension symptoms allowed to take antidepressant medication? Thank you.
Okay. The participant asked that, is it okay if for the hypertension patient take antidepressant? Yeah, yes, antidepressant medicine. Antidepressant, yeah, because sometimes the factor, the precipitating factor on hypertension is stress. So is it okay if hypertension patient took antidepressant? Yeah.
I think I understand your question. Thank you very much. It's a difficult question. Thank you. I'm also a medical doctor and I'm trained as a family medicine specialist also. And I think that generally speaking, if somebody is in stress, one of the potential solutions could be medication. But the others, especially, I think they affect also the healthy lifestyle and the quality of life. If somebody experiences problems with his hypertension, for instance, limitations or impairments or stroke, that can cause stress. And I don't know if you can solve this with a pill, with medication. But I think nurses can really have a very important role in giving information about this, what to expect, what to do, in preventive advices, but also in health promotion. Does this answer your question?
Is it clear? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question.
Okay. Do you have any question again? Yeah. Is it enough? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, we have come to the end of our presentation. If there is no more questions, and I would like to thank you on behalf of the three of us very much for your attention. Good luck and hope to see you again one day. Have a
Thank
nice
you very much.
conference.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your very good presentation today, Mr. Heinen, De Jong, and De Jong Bram. Yeah. Okay. And so I think this is the end of this first session. Yeah. And for the certificate for the speakers, we will send it to your email later. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for all the participants for your very active discussion today. Okay. Applause for our speakers. Yeah. Okay. I will give it back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ratna, for guiding the first penalization. And thank you for Ruth Heyen, Loretta Zhang, Lucinda Zhang Brown, Professor Dr. Rita Benya MCAS as the speaker for the first penalization.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the second penalization. The second penalization will be guided by Mrs. Novita Kurnia Wulandari, Sarjana Terapan Keperawatan, Magister Terapan Keperawatan, lecturer from Nursing Department of Surakarta Health Polytechnic. Okay, to Mrs. Novita Kurnia Wulandari, time is yours.
Check. Test. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Okay, it's being an honor for me to be standing here. And first of all, I would like to thank God for the opportunity that has been given to me. And then second of all, I would like to thanks to all of the members, all of the participants in here who are still joining with us. Of course, in the International Nursing Conference, the 7th International Nursing Conference 2023. Welcome to you all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as participants, you are encouraged to ask questions and then share your talks and present any relevant examples. This is meant to be an interactive discussion, so don't hesitate to contribute with your insight. Okay, so let me introduce myself. My name is Novita Kurnia Wulandari, and I would like to be the moderator today in here, of course, in International Nursing Conference 2023. Okay, the Honorable, our Director Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, and then the Honorable, our Head Program, also Head Study Program, and then all of the distinguished guests today. Welcome to you all. And then today we have 2 speakers in here. Okay, welcome to the second session with me. And then first speaker from Philippines, who are Professor Rogado. Are you still with me, Professor? Hello? Hi, Professor. Are you with me? Not yet, because I got information that Professor Rogado has a flight today. So maybe we go to in the second speaker for Mrs. Fabriana. Okay, so we have 2 speakers for this session who already with us, and we have a great agenda today. We'll cover the following main points. The first point is the prevention of stroke complication in the critical care unit, which is presenting by Professor Rogado from Philippines. And then the second material psychosocial support
for patients with catastrophic disease, which is presented by Mrs. Febriana. Okay, hello, Mrs. Febriana. Good morning. How are you today?
Hello, good morning, Mrs. Novita. I'm very okay, very nice.
Okay, nice to meet you in here. Okay, so this is the wonderful speaker today. And as you know that for your information that today we have nursing students. The audience is nursing students, academicians, and also nursing practitioners. Okay, so enjoy with this section with me. And then we are going to the second speaker first, which is Mrs. Febriana. And then this is the curriculum vitae from Mrs. Febriana. Okay, and its specialties in the nursing mental health. Is it right? Okay, and then I don't see. Excuse me. Okay, this is the training experience from the Mrs. Febriana, was born in Claren. And then this is the, yes, this is, okay, nursing mental health. And then Bachelor of Nursing in the Diponegoro University, 2008 until 2013, is it right? Yeah, and then the Master of Nursing, Faculty of Nursing, Indonesia University, 2014 until 2017. Okay, and then the next, please. Okay, this is the organization experience from Coordinator for International Class in Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. And then Indonesia Mental Health Nurses Association, Central Java. And then Indonesia Nurses Association. Yeah, next. Okay, this is the training experience. Wow, so many training experience in here. Wonderful speaker today. Okay, next. This is the publication. Oh, there are many publication, book, and then etc. Okay. Next. Oh, so many publication in here. Okay. So because we have a limit time, maybe we go to move in Mrs. Febriana. Okay, you got presentation for the at least 20 minutes until 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then after that, we go to in the Q&A question time, and then we can you can type in the chat box in the virtual Zoominar, and then after that, we continue on the Professor Rogado. So
Okay.
please, Mrs. Febriana, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Novita. Hello, students. How are you today? Are you okay? Are you still focused? Can I start my sharing? Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, this is a great honor, great opportunity to me to be here to share with you. And this is special topic. The topic is about psychosocial support for patients with catastrophic disease. Yeah, in my sharing session today, I'd like to I'd like to share about the psychosocial support for patients with catastrophic disease. But before we go to the main topic, let us take a look first about the definition of catastrophic disease. Have you understand about what is catastrophic disease? You understand well about that? Not yet. Okay. Actually, catastrophic disease, an acute illness, prolonged illness, and it can give residual disability. And mostly, the treatment is radical and frequently costly. There are many kinds of catastrophic disease, for the example, cerebrovascular disease, stroke, diabetes, cancer, kidney disease, and other disease. Okay, when we talk about catastrophic disease, we talk about non-communicable disease. Okay, we talk about non-communicable disease. Sorry, I got some problem with this pointer. Can I ask help to give the laptop here so that I can see the material very clear, because not too clear here. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. When we talk about non-communicable disease, it is about 41 million people each year deaf globally. And each year there are 17 million people die from NCD. NCD here means non-communicable disease, a part of catastrophic disease. And there are 86% of this premature death. I got the data from WHO 2022. The highest prevalence of non-communicable disease is vascular. And then the second one is cancer disease. And then the third one is chronic respiratory disease. And then the next one is diabetes mellitus and kidney disease. The disease can cause premature deaths. Premature deaths here means death before 70, age 70. And you can see this one. Actually, this is not a design of house, but this is the prevalence of, the biggest prevalence is ischemic heart disease. And then second one, stroke. Can you see? In the 2019, the biggest or the highest prevalence is ischemic heart disease. And then the second one is stroke, followed by chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And then in the 9th level is diabetes mellitus. And then the last one is kidney disease. And this is the condition in Indonesia. There are 73% percentage of deaths from NCDs and 26% probability of premature mortality from NCDs. Like what I said before, premature deaths here mean die before age 70. And I go to the main topic of mine. This is about psychosocial support for patients with catastrophic disease, with non-communicable disease. It is about psychosocial problems. Why do we have to discuss about this? Because most of the patients with catastrophic disease had these problems. The first one is anxiety, depression, and then the last one, there is suicidal ideation. Depression and anxiety affect around 1 in 3 people with catastrophic disease, especially in stroke. I got the data from Research Lee in 2019. Based on the research, people with stroke, especially in the acute stage and 3 months after stroke, they had post-stroke anxiety. So in the first year, especially in the 3 months after suffering stroke, they got post-stroke anxiety. Actually, anxiety here, we can take a look first about what is anxiety. Anxiety here means condition arises because something unpleasant, something worse, unpleasant experience, but the source or the stress source is largely unknown, totally different with fear. Fear is a specific stressor, but anxiety is a largely unknown stressor. And anxiety occurs continuously if the anxiety is not resolved, there will be a panic attack. Panic attack is a rapid, intense, escalating episode of anxiety, and it is emergency condition of mental condition. The symptom of panic attack such as palpitation, sweating, tremors, shortness of breath, abdominal distress, dizziness, paresthesia, hot flashes, and panic attacks harm the individual physically and psychologically. And this is the level of anxiety. In the normal level or normal stage, we have mild level of anxiety. That's okay, that's the normal stage. But when the anxiety go to the moderate, severe, or panic attacks, it is very dangerous. So we cannot deny we have to manage the anxiety of patient. And some of the patients with stroke had post-stroke depression. Post-stroke depression is one of the most prevalent affective disorder after suffering stroke. The onset of depressive symptom following stroke may be the result of brain injury, but may be the reaction of stress condition of the patient. And the post-stroke depression can complicate the condition of patient and then delay the stroke rehabilitation and then contribute to poorer outcome and increase the dependency of patient. And PSD or post-stroke disorder may also become chronic in nature or even lead to death. This one, suffering from stroke increases the risk of dying of suicide. This is the research from Salvaraj. I got people with stroke have suicidal ideation because the depression condition itself. And there is a study, cohort study, include 898 patients who had an acute stroke, who complete a 90-day telephone by the health staff. They said, or 6.7%, they had suicidal ideation. So it is very dangerous if we just do not resolve the psychological problem of patient. And this is my own research in 2021 about anxiety in cancer patients. Cancer patients who are undergoing chemotherapy for the first time often overestimate the danger because this is the first time of chemotherapy. They often overestimate about the danger and then underestimate about their ability to cope with the stressors. So they had pre-chemotherapy anxiety. And in my own research, I give Langgam Jawa music therapy to reduce the anxiety of patients, and actually it works. The music therapy Langgam Jawa can stimulate the body to be relaxed and reduce the state anxiety of patients, and it stimulates the endorphin, serotonin production, which stabilize the vital sign of patient, especially blood pressure and heartbeat, and of course, reduce the anxiety. And we go to the main roles of nurses here in my topic, I mean, psychosocial support. Psychosocial support. Let us take a look first about the term psychosocial, psychology, and social. Psychosocial here means the relationship, the dynamic relationship between psychological and social dimension. The term psychological itself includes emotion, includes thought process, includes feelings and reactions. So here we discuss about the emotion of patient with stroke, emotion of the patient with cancer, about the reaction of the body of patient with stroke, with catastrophic disease, about the thought processes, and then the dimension of social dimension here means relationships, family, community networks, social values, and cultural practices. So here we discuss about the connection, the relationship between the patient and the family, the patient and the community, about the culture, about the communication. So psychosocial support here means our actions, nurses' actions to meet the psychological and the social itself in patients, families, and community. There are many kinds of psychosocial activities. The first one is we can do psychoeducation. As a nurse, we can do this one, these activities. This is independent intervention in nursing. How do we do psychoeducation? By explaining how to identify sign on or psychosocial distress. We have to teach to the patient how to recognize anxiety, how to recognize depression, how to recognize that they are in a danger because they had suicidal ideation. Provide advice on how to cope during outbreaks, maintaining a daily routine as much as possible, calling friends, family to keep in touch, show care each other, fact-checking information about the disease. There is no hoax information about the disease, so there is no anxiety or depression. And the last is share tips about relaxation. It is about psychoeducation. And then the next activities is health education. Health education can have a positive psychosocial impact. Health education can help community members to better understand about their health status and then regain a sense of control and cope with their situation. While being sick, being ill, and even after medical clearance, it can be difficult for people suspected of infection to resume normal life. Educating communities about the nature of the disease, how it spreads, does not spread, and how to protect against it is an important tool to against fear, against anxiety, against stigma. And the next psycho activities is psychotherapy. We can do psychotherapy like cognitive therapy, behavior therapy, cognitive behavior therapy, logotherapy, but most of psychotherapy do by the nurse specialists. This is specialist treatment and the nurse can do, but the level of nurse still in a specialist level. As a generalist, we can do many other activities. We can give progressive muscle relaxation for the patients. We can give routine physical exercise. We can give some distraction techniques such as aromatherapy, massage therapy, relaxation, distraction, and guided imaginary. Now, in this my sharing session, I'll focus on PFA and AFA. PFA here means psychological first aid. There are 3 points here. The first one is look, we can assess the stress reaction of the patient. Just take a look, just assess, see what's the reaction of the patient. Here means the stress reaction. Second one is listen. We can do active listening to patient. All the things that patient want to share, all the things that patient want to show, just listen actively. And then the third one is link. Link here means link and help patients to fulfill the basic need. Assist patient to communicate with family and person needed. And then after we discuss about psychological first aid in a general first aid or treatment to patients, we go to the specific treatment here means anxiety first aid. Actually, this is my own research also. It is treatment to patients who had anxiety. There are 4 treatments in AFA or AFA. The first one is giving deep breathing exercise. And then the second one is giving 5 fingers hypnosis. And then the third one is giving spiritual care. And the last one is giving self-care. This is in my own research. I give it in 3 days and once in a day. It is about 30 minutes. The patients, I give deep breathing exercise, continue to 5-finger hypnosis, continue to spiritual activity, and continue to self-care. It spends 30 minutes in a day, and it works. It can reduce anxiety. The first one is deep breathing exercise. It is a simple treatment, a simple intervention that we can give to the patients. We can train the patient to inhale the oxygen as much as they can, and then exhale the carbon dioxide. And this DBE or daily deep breathing can lower blood pressure and reduce stress and anxiety. And then the next intervention is 5 fingers hypnosis. We can use our 5 fingers by tactile stimuli. We can use this one, thumb and forefinger, touch thumb and forefinger. We can train the patient to guide, to imagine pleasant event, happiness, pleasant moment for the patients. Just guide the patient with tactile stimuli. And then the second one, touch thumb and the middle finger. We can guide the patient to imagine people who care and love the patients. And the next one, touch thumb with ring finger. We can guide the patient to imagine people reinforce or praise the patient. When people, other people, I mean, reinforce or praise the patient will feel happy. And then the last one, we can use our ring finger and thumb with this tactile stimuli. We can guide the patient to imagine the best place of the patient. And then the next intervention is spiritual activity. Spiritual activity, you can guide the patient in many kinds of spiritual activity, but in my own research, I give zikr therapy because there is a inclusion criteria in my patient. All of them are Muslim or Islam, so I gave zikr therapy because zikr therapy can make the body of the patients become relaxed and then connected to God. So the pain, the anxiety, and then isolation can decrease. And then the next is self-care. Self-care here means everything related to staying physically healthy, including hygiene, make the room or the condition become clean and then physically healthy, giving or fulfill the basic need of patient about nutrition, seeking medical care where needed. In my own research, I give balance. I give nutrition, warm water to the patients to make them become relaxed, and it can reduce their anxiety. Okay, this is the end of my session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please give applause for Mrs. Febriana. Okay, thank you for the time. Thank you for the wonderful presentation for Mrs. Febriana. Now the Q&A session. Please. Yes, please. Mention your name and then you can use the microphone maybe.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Miss.
Okay.
Yes, introduce myself. My name is Meti. I want to ask Miss Tika. So, from this moment, what's your opinion if providing intervention in the form of self-efficacy can help overcome anxiety on quality of life in cancer patient, and how to find out or detect early psychological problems that are more specific in anxiety. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Next, please.
Okay, I'm introduce myself. My name is Dari Faras from International Class Polkesta, and my question is, what should we do as nursing student to support psychosocial of patient with catastrophic disease? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Faras. And then, any question again? Still clear enough? Okay. Okay, maybe Mrs. Febriana answer it.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Novita. The first question is about self-efficacy. And then, pardon, about the second question about the cancer problems. Can you repeat about the what you asked specifically about cancer?
Oh, okay. So first, I'm interested about self-efficacy.
Okay.
And self-efficacy, in your opinion, can help overcome anxiety and quality of life in patient cancer. And in two questions is how do we know detect early in psychological problem that more in anxiety, because usually we don't know that our feel it's anxiety or not like
Okay.
that.
Yeah. Very good question from Meti. Yeah. Okay, Meti. Thank you. The first one about self-efficacy can reduce or solve the anxiety. Yes, absolutely. When we enhance or increase the self-efficacy of patient, of course, the anxiety will be modified. Self-efficacy here is intention, convince, or belief, yeah, a belief to organize, do something about the program. When the patient have high intention, high motivation, of course, they will do the activities which support them to be healthy, and then they will search many information about the disease, about the management of disease, and they will do the activities they will do about the health behavior, so that they will become better, and the anxiety, of course, modified or reduced. So it is very good to you to enhance or to increase the self-efficacy of the patient. Of course, it can be done to the cancer patient also. And then the second one, how to identify, how to do a screening about anxiety, especially in cancer patients. Yeah, in my own research, I use a simple instrument, STAI, State Trait Anxiety Inventory. But you can do other instruments. But the main point, you can identify the anxiety in the patient. The first one, you can check about the feeling of patient. Do they feel worried? Do they feel afraid? The first one, about the worry, about the feeling of worry. And then the second one, you can check about heartbeat, about the blood pressure. Are they in a normal level or in a high level? That's the supporting data to identify the anxiety. Besides that, you can use other instrument or other data, for the example about the effect of the expression or affection of the patients, and then is there any dizzy, is there any stomach, abdominal pain, is there any diarrhea, other symptoms of anxiety. You have to know well, and then you have to teach the patient to identify, okay, now I got anxiety because I feel worry, I feel fear, there is increasing of my heartbeat, there is increasing of my blood pressure, there is a dizziness, there is an abdominal pain, I got diarrhea, some other symptoms of anxiety. You can teach to the patient so that the patient can identify early and call for help for anxiety management. Is that clear?
Yes, Miss Tika. So thank you very much. You can answer my question.
Okay, thank you. And then the second one from Faras about the role of nursing students to give psychosocial support to patients with catastrophic disease. You can do your roles in a clinical practice. When you have clinical practice, you can give them a relaxation technique, or you can communicate with the patients, you can give some health education about what is anxiety management to patient. So you can do your roles in the clinical practice, but you can also do to your family. If there is a family of you who had catastrophic disease or non-communicable disease, and you can also give some promotion about how to anxiety management. You can upload in your social media, and then you can share to each other to give literacy to your environment, discussion with your friends about how to do psychosocial support to the patient. That's the role of nursing students also. So there are many simple activities that we can do, although we are still students, not a nurse yet. Is that clear, Faras? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Novita.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Fabriana, for your insightful presentation, also the answer. Okay, is it clear for 2 questions? Is it clear? Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And then I'm sure our audience has learned a lot from you today. So psychosocial support for patients with catastrophic disease is very important to pay attention and follow up in its treatment, because it's considered life-threatening or with the serious threat of serious residual disability. Okay, so any question again? Hi. Is it clear? The topics from Mrs. Fabriana? Okay, that's wonderful presentation, okay? So please, once again, give a round of applause for Mrs. Fabriana. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Fabriana. And the next session, we go to move on the second speaker, which is Prof. Rogado. Are you with me? Hi, Prof. Rogado. Oh, okay. Okay, so for your information that we have a video from the Prof. Rogado about the topics. Maybe we can learn and then hear about the materials, and this is the curriculum vitae for Prof. Rogado. Okay. I'm sorry, I have to see in here. Okay, so before, I think the others not the update curriculum vitae. Not this one. Not this one. About the other curriculum vitae, maybe operator can replace with the other curriculum vitae. Please. The other curriculum vitae from Professor Rogado. Okay, Professor Rogado, the name is Maria Isabelita Rogado, is a graduate of St. Joan de Dias College of Nursing. She earned her Masters of Arts in Nursing at the La Concordia Graduate School and took Management Development Program from Asian Institute of Management. Currently, Mrs. Rogado is pursuing a doctorate degree in nursing science at Street Falls University of the Philippines. Okay. Prof. Rogado was inducted to the membership of the Honor Society Sigma Theta Tau Pi Lota chapter of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University for her nursing leadership. And then Professor Rogado is a certified American Heart Association faculty for basic life support and advanced cardiac life support, simulation instructor certified by the Center for the Advanced Pediatric and Perinatal Education. Okay, and Professor Rogado was recognized as 2017 Presidential Award given by the NCS in 2014, Presidential Award of the Society of Pediatric Critical Care Medicine of the Philippines, and a most outstanding alumnus of Maritil Academy. Okay. Now, currently, Mrs. Rogado is a professor at the Arellano Graduate School of Nursing, handling the medical surgical postgraduate curriculum. Okay, so I think that's all from the curriculum vitae from Professor Rogado. And the next one is a video by the Professor Rogado. Maybe the operators can show the video, please. So if any questions, you can type in the chat box or maybe raising your hand.
Morning, ladies
Then
and
mention.
gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for this particular International Nursing Conference for inviting me as your resource speaker on the topic Prevention of Stroke Complications in the Critical Care Unit. I have nothing to disclose and I have no conflict of interest in my presentation. The objective of this particular session will be the following. First, I would like to discuss the common complication of acute stroke patients, causes and risk for this particular complication, its symptoms, treatment, and management. Likewise, I will be presenting to you the nursing roles in the prevention of this common complication. We are aware that stroke is a very catastrophic disease that can happen to any individual. And as a consequence of stroke, there will be a lot of challenges and problems associated with this, not just physically, but also emotionally and psychosocially. So as you can see in this particular slide, I have presented to you some of the most common complications associated with the catastrophic disease like stroke. And I will be discussing to you, based on these common complications, the different causes, the risk management, and of course the treatment that can be done to this particular patient with complications. First is we have brain edema or increased intracranial pressure. This can be caused by the swelling, the breakdown in the brain barrier, including the cerebrospinal fluid leak from the epidermal lining, and increased osmolality, like water moving out into the affected area. For symptoms, the patient may be manifesting headache, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, papillary edema, and even a worsening condition that is related to acute hydrocephalus and herniation. This particular brain edema and increased intracranial pressure can be treated with mannitol, giving hyperventilation, and diuretics, although the use of steroids is still controversial. Some patients may undergo surgery like craniotomy to evacuate the pressure in the brain. Another complication would be what we call hemorrhagic transformation. Now, this occurs when the blood products extravasate into the infarct area during reperfusion. This is caused by increased permeability of the blood-brain barrier and the vascular basal lamina dysfunction. Our tissue plasminogen activator mediated thrombolysis increases the risk of our hemorrhagic transformation. We can classify the type of hemorrhagic transformation using both the clinical and radiological criteria. And treatment of hemorrhagic conversion is complex, but this would include blood pressure management, reversing coagulopathy, and managing its complication, including increased intracranial pressure. The next complication that we would like to discuss briefly will be vasospasm, particularly after your subarachnoidal hemorrhage. This may be able to generate a secondary stroke. So differential diagnosis will focus on any cause of increased intracranial pressure, such as recurrent hemorrhage, hydrocephalus, or cerebral edema that can present similarly to vasospasm. Now, treatment will be nifedipine, which is recommended as the first-line medical treatment for preventing your post-aneurysmal hemorrhage. I'm sorry, subarachnoidal hemorrhage and cerebrospasm. It is usually given orally at a dose of 60 milligrams every 4 hours for 21 days after the initial subarachnoid hemorrhage. The maintenance of euvolemia and normal circulating blood volume is also recommended to prevent the vasospasm. In symptomatic vasospasm, induction of hypertension is recommended to achieve increased cerebral blood flow. The hemodynamic augmentation strategy, known as the Triple H therapy, which includes your hypertension, hemodilation, and hypervolemia, has been an important component of this treatment for vasospasm. Now, increases in your mean arterial pressure alone have been shown to be beneficial and have been achieved with various medications, such as your calcium channel antagonists have been widely investigated for the prevention of vasospasm in your aneurysmal subarachnoidal hemorrhage. Nifedipine, of course, is currently recommended as the first-line medical treatment for preventing your post-aneurysmal subarachnoidal cerebrospasm. So, there will be different signs and symptoms that can be manifested by patient having vasospasm. This would include a sudden severe headache that gets worse within seconds. Patient will be feeling drowsy and the inability to move the limb or one side of the body. Another complication will be infection. And if we look at infection, we know that The post-stroke paralysis that makes the patient immobile can lead to lung problem like your atelectasis and can further grow into an infection of pneumonia. Likewise, the patient post-stroke will be immunosuppressed. There will be problem with the bladder function, and of course, the use of our urinary catheters and other catheters that is hooked to the patient can also bring port infection, such as your urinary tract infection and even your phlebitis. Now, fever and inflammatory response can impair the recovery of our post-stroke patient. Now, the appearance of infection in patients with acute stroke is due in part to the immunological mechanism that is triggered by the brain injury, and that an excessive anti-inflammatory response is a key facilitating factor for the development of infection, and it is likely that this immunological response represents an adaptive mechanism to brain ischemia. Another complication will be related to your pressure sores or ulcers. The vulnerable stroke patients will be the older patient because they are higher risk for pressure ulcers, particularly if they have difficulty in moving. They are considered frail, and that, of course, when you're frail, you lose the protective fat and muscle mass, and that your skin becomes thin. The older patient may have poor nutrition and they may be dehydrated because they have not been eating and drinking well because that can lead to the weakened skin, and that the older patients are subjected more to incontinence. They have poor blood supply. They might feel agitated and restless, and there will be medications that can make them sleepy, and of course the skin will be drying out because of some of the medications that they take. Another associated risk factor will be the communication, because the older people may be less able to tell someone that they are in pain or they want to move, or they have something, a pain and itchiness. So this is a problem that can lead to being immobile and the development of ulcers. Now, there will be some pressure injury prevention that is recommended by the National Pressure Ulcer Association, and this will be to increase to have risk assessment for patients who are vulnerable to develop pressure sores or ulcer. We have to be giving the patient skin care like moisturizing cream, oil, and massage. Positioning and repositioning is also very important, and we can do this for at least 2 to 3 hours without pressure mattress and 4 to 6 hours if we're using pressure injury mattress. We must be able also to prevent or treat malnutrition and dehydration, and at the same time, we must be able to give education or health education to the patient or their significant others who cares for them at the bedside. Now, there has been a study that documented that nurses were perceived to be caring less for prevention of pressure sores because most nurses are not trained pertaining to care of pressure sores and prevention of pressure sores. Next complication we would like to discuss would be your deep venous thrombosis or pulmonary embolism. The risk factors associated with this particular complication includes restricted mobility, the previous history of having your DVT, dehydration, or even comorbidities such as malignant diseases or even clotting disorders. To be able to prevent DVT and pulmonary embolism, there will be some prophylactic treatment, and that we must be able to ensure that the patient will be mobile earlier, or there should be some mobility exercises that we can promote for the patient. And lastly, we must keep our patient hydrated. Now, for the treatment for the ischemic stroke, it is recommended that we use the low-dose unfractionated heparin sub-Q, which is preferred, and that this, of course, should be given if the risk for DVT is estimated to be higher than the risk of hemorrhagic complication. So you have to understand very well that the heparin can cause bleeding. So you must be able to balance between the episode of your thrombolizing or dissolving the clot to bleeding. Another treatment for this particular DVT and pulmonary embolism is giving of aspirin for patients who have contraindications to anticoagulants. Now, patients with intracranial hemorrhage should also be given low-dose molecular weight heparin after the cessation of active bleeding, and this may be on an individual basis after 3 to 4 days from the stroke episode or event. Next complication is related to pain and contractures. Now, it is the status of our patient having hypertonia and spasticity, as well as contractures of the muscle and joints, predisposes the patient to pain. Now, their comorbidities such as diabetic, neuropathy, arthritis, and osteoporosis can also be contributory to the patient manifesting or having pain. Now, the central post-stroke pain is a term used to describe the symptoms of pain arising after a stroke that is secondary to a lesion within the central nervous system. The complex regional pain syndrome, or CRPS, sometimes referred to as reflex sympathetic dystrophy, is a condition characterized by burning pain, increased sensitivity to tactile stimulation, and vasomotor changes, including edema, and changes in skin temperature and color. Now, as far as treatment is concerned, the cornerstone of spasticity treatment is maintaining range of motion, particularly on the affected muscle group with exercises and passive stretching. There can be also pharmacological treatment for spasticity that is aimed at the chaotic firing of the intact lower motor neurons and their propagation to the muscle. So we can give anti-spasticity medication, specifically baclofen. Then we have psychological complication. The stroke would definitely impact the brain, and the brain, as we all know, controls our behavior and emotion. You or even your loved one may experience the feeling of irritability if you have somebody in your family who has stroke. They can also experience forgetfulness, carelessness, or confusion. Feelings of anger and anxiety or depression are also common among our stroke patients, and that's why we have what we call the post-stroke depression and cognitive behavior therapy, which can be implemented to further decrease the further decrease the patient from having what we call depression and other psychological problem. There is a study that gave the result wherein after 3 months of post-stroke, they showed that the 29 survivors suffered from the neuropathic pain and that 194%, most of them suffered from fatigue, and a great majority, like 69.2%, from cognitive impairment. And among these particular survivors, you would see that the results showed higher rates of anxiety, which is 51%, and of course, much higher rate of depression, which is 76.1%. Now, in terms of psychological management, we have to give our compassionate care to the patient. Even if we're not psychiatrists or psychologists, Merely being compassionate to them when they are sick and when they are having this particular psychological problem will be something that will be worthwhile in diminishing whatever anxiety or depression that they have. We must also pay close attention to behaviors that occur particularly early after the stroke, because most patients will experience denial or even overt sadness, that it may lead to the onset of depression or anxiety. Another thing that we must be able to do is to look for the risk factors for inadequate coping. Now, there can be medications given like your psychotropic medications and other therapeutic approaches like electroconvulsive therapy and CBT, which can be effective for your post-stroke depression, anxiety, and pseudobulbar effect. As it is said by Benjamin Franklin, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So we nurses, we stay at the bedside 24/7, and that what we do at the bedside, our nursing care, is something that can prevent the occurrence of any complication related to the stroke aftermath of a patient. So it is very important that we will be able to immediately do our assessment and, of course, make our initial intervention so that the patient who is already in a catastrophic event will not go further into deterioration because of complication. So as you can see, if there are stroke complications, we work around this complication making our nursing diagnosis. And our nursing diagnosis can be related to inadequate cerebral perfusion, inability, impaired ability to communicate, impairment in the physical mobility, altered sensory perception, inability to perform activities of daily living, impaired swallowing, and even ineffective coping. Our primary role as in our nursing care will be to assess, evaluate, and monitor. And this particular three roles that we do will definitely help very much in the prevention of the development of complications post-stroke. So in assessment, what we have to do is make a thorough history and clinical presentation assessment, including our neurological examination. We must be able to test for cranial nerve function, the range of motion, muscle strength, the sensory integrity, vibratory sense, cerebral function, the gait, language, mental status, and the level of consciousness. The most well-used assessment tool for diagnosing or for even evaluating neurological function will be the use of National Institute of Health Stroke Scale, which focuses on the level of consciousness, visual and motor function, including sensation and neglect, cerebellar function, and the language capabilities. There is also what we call a peripheral vascular examination, which should be completed and included the following assessment: the carotid assessment, radial, femoral, and posterior tibial pulses. Next is we must be able to evaluate laboratory results that will substantiate or validate any adverse or even imbalances in the status of our patient. This lab works particularly will be your serum blood glucose level by doing your bedside finger stick to identify and correct your hypoglycemia if it is present. Another thing is we must be able to evaluate and, of course, prepare for emergent non-contrast computed tomography of the head so that they will further know what kind of hypoperfusion the brain is having. Then we also have to evaluate our serum troponin complete blood count with differential, lipid profile, hemoglobin A1C or HbA1c, our blood urine nitrogen, creatinine, albumin, glomerular filtration rate. For younger patients that we have, there are other laboratories that might be ordered to include coagulation panel, rheumatoid factor, and anti-nuclear antibodies, including other markers for vasculitis. Next is that we must be able to monitor the patient. And when we say monitor, there are a list of parameters that we must be able to monitor. We have neurological assessment, vital signs, cardiac rhythm, ability to swallow, ability to void, muscle strength and mobility, even mood and behavior. So let me discuss first our responsibility for neurological assessment. The most common assessment tool that we use to evaluate neurological function will be the Glasgow Coma Scale, and this will pertain to eye opening, verbal, and motor. But the most, not accurate, but rather most extensive will be the use of NIH stroke scale. And this uses 11 item scales. Also, we use the modified Rankin scale, which measures the degree of disability or dependence in the daily activities of people who have suffered stroke. Now, this is an article that I would like to share with you regarding acute stroke prognostication and the comparison between the Glasgow Coma Scale. What we have to do is we need to check or visualize the performance of the multi-class classification problems, and that we must be able to look into these particular variances because it is very important to evaluate the metrics for checking any classification model performance. So here you would see that this particular article done with 127 adult patients with acute ischemic stroke that were enrolled using the NIHSS and the Glasgow Coma Scale, and the 4 score were collected at the 24 and 72-hour. The patients were prospectively followed up for the following outcomes: in hospital for about 30 days mortality, and the modified Rankin scale at 3 months. And the areas under receiver operator characteristic curve were compared between the 3 scores. Now, the results showed that 25, which is 19.7% of the patients died, and only 72, about 56.7%, had unfavorable outcome. What they found out in this particular study is that the NIHSS and the Glasgow Coma Scale and the 4 score were not different in predicting in-hospital mortality, and that the NIHSS and the GCS, including the 4 score done at 24 hours, were not different in predicting unfavorable outcome. However, the NIHSS done at 72 hours showed significant higher result than that of the Glasgow Coma score and the higher than the 4 score. So you would see that the prolonged use up to 72 hours of NIHSS will be more predictive and significant than the other 2 assessment tool. Now, in conclusion, this article said that the Glasgow Coma Scale and the 4 score are accurate predictors of mortality after acute ischemic stroke and are equal in prediction to NIH. However, the NIHSS is more accurate than the Glasgow Coma Scale and the 4 score in predicting poor neurological outcome. Another thing we have to monitor will be the vital signs. And we look at the vital signs, we all know this: body temperature, blood pressure, and so forth. I'm sorry. What we have to do is closely monitor the patient's blood pressure in the first 48 hours after stroke. The intensive blood pressure lowering in the acute phase after stroke is not recommended, so you do not lower your systolic BP less than 140 millimeter mercury. Now, the best practice blood pressure management recommends the cautious reduction of your blood pressure to greater than 220 over 120 milligram by no more than 20% over the first 24 hours. And that when we're talking about the respiratory system, supplemental oxygen should be provided only when your oxygen saturation becomes less than 94. And that, of course, you cannot give if you can give if there are other complications or contraindications. Then we have the body temperature, and that it is said that fewer than half, which is 48% of the patient with fever receive acetaminophen paracetamol within an hour. So it means to say we're delaying lowering the blood pressure by giving acetaminophen because only half of the patient would receive that immediately within an hour of fever. So what we have to do is monitor at least 4 times a day our temperature for 3 days, and any temperature greater than 37.5 degrees centigrade must be treated with acetaminophen or paracetamol. In terms of blood pressure, we closely monitor the blood pressure in the first 48 hours, and that we must adhere to the recommendation of systolic blood pressure no less than 140 after stroke. So, breathing and oxygen saturation for patients who are not hypoxic, you do not give routine supplemental oxygen. While supplemental oxygen can be provided to maintain your oxygen saturation at greater than 94% if there are no contraindications. The detection of cardiac arrhythmias in the stroke unit has important implication for treatment. We all know that cardiac arrhythmia is a frequent complication during the acute phase of stroke, particularly cerebral ischemia, and they are associated with increased morbidity and mortality. Their presence is related not only to a history of heart disease, but also to a number of other factors, including autonomic dysfunction secondary to heart and brain interactions. Now, the incidence of arrhythmia is, of course, higher in the first 48 hours after stroke unit admission. The age and lesion size were predicted appearance of arrhythmias. Now, according to previous studies, there are serious cardiac adverse events that peak within the first 2 to 3 days after stroke. And as you can see this here in my slide, there are these particular arrhythmias or dysrhythmias that happens which were recorded in one of the study. We have tachyarrhythmia, total of 90 patients, which is equivalent to about 27% of the population in that particular ICU. We have supraventricular tachyarrhythmia, which is happened to about 32% or about 9% of the population. We have bradyarrhythmia, which is about 3% of the total population, and excessive supraventricular ectopic activity, which is 48% or 14.47, and even your atrial flutter and fibrillation, which is 23%, 23 patients with about 6, which is about 6.92% of the population. So this is the type of the arrhythmia that can happen within the 2 to 3 days the patient after stroke of the patient. Now there is also the problem of ability to swallow. And we nurses must be able to assess the swallowing status of the patient as early as possible upon admission to the hospital using a validated screening tool. We usually put the patient on nothing per orem or no food intake, fluids, or medication given until the swallowing ability has been determined, and patients who fall or who fail the screening test should be referred to a speech-language pathologist for swallowing assessment. This may mean that the post-platelet therapy may need to be administered rectally or intravenously if the patient failed the swallow screen. and the patient should be rescreened over the course of the admission as needed or if swallowing or neurological status changes. It is also crucial to establish operational definition of what dysphagia screening and dysphagia assessment mean. A dysphagia screening tool is not diagnostic. It is a pass or fail procedure done by a trained nurse to determine whether the patient can eat or drink orally before speech language pathologists perform a formal dysphagia assessment. And of course, when we talk about swallowing or deglutition, there are four stages wherein we swallow the food. First is the preparation, then we have the oral period, the pharyngeal period, and the esophageal period. Now, any stage of this particular period, the disease can lead to deglutition difficulties. And therefore, we all know the initiation of swallowing is a voluntary activity and requires the integrity of the sensory motor areas of the cerebral cortex. So, do be cautious that when you do your assessment, you must be trained to do your dysphagia or your swallowing assessment. Now, there are key points we have to establish in our swallowing dysphagia assessment. First is that we must assess for the level of consciousness, the assessment of verbal response from the patient, and the arrangement of patient position with high Fowler's position up to 90 degrees. The swallowing test can follow and the observation of swallowing complications. The next thing we have to monitor is the ability to void the urine, and this is incontinence. And there can be behavioral intervention, specialized professional inputs, or complementary therapies like acupuncture, even physical therapies. Next is that we have to monitor the muscle strength and mobility because the loss of strength after stroke is common and causes profound limitation in activity and participation. We can do progressive resistance training or in any interventions involving repetitive practice that can improve the strength after the stroke accompanied by other improvements in activity. So, with this, I would like just to say that there are definition of functionality, which pertains to the body function, structure, impairments, activity, and a definition of functioning and disability under the WHO, the World Health Organization, International Classification of Functioning, Disability, and Health. Now, with this, you would also like to say that there are components. The body function would have mental functions and the like. Body structure will be the nervous system and the eyes and of the ear and related structures. And activities and participation like learning and applying knowledge and the likes. Even environmental factors like products and technologies, support and relationship, and even attitude. So the last we have to monitor will be the mood and behavior. Here you would see that post-stroke cognitive impairment can happen from in any one of 10 patients and they can develop dementia. Then depression is one-third of the patient with stroke. So if you have a population of 10 patients, about 3 of them will have depression. Then we have the pseudobulbar affect, which can happen to about 10 to 48% of the population post-stroke, and delirium, which can happen 1 for every 4 patients during the acute period of stroke. So I won't discuss to you the components of the management and assessment for this particular problem of mood and behavior. So what we would like to say now with all these particular complications that we have post-stroke or after the stroke is that an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. So it is very important, and I would like to reiterate that assessment and monitoring are a key responsibility, including the evaluation that validates what we perceive to be happening to the patient. And after a thorough assessment, evaluation, and monitoring, then we implement our management and care to prevent the complication. So in summary, during the acute phase, the nurse will have to monitor the airway, breathing, and circulation. Early assessment for neurological compromise should be ongoing for acute patients with stroke who are considerably at risk for hemorrhagic transformation, cerebral edema, and potential secondary stroke. There should be necessary nursing intervention, including preventing hypoxemia, blood pressure management, arrhythmia detection, particularly for atrial fibrillation, treating hyper and hypoglycemia, pulmonary and urinary tract infection, and monitoring for malnutrition and skin breakdown. So thank you very much for your kind attention. I hope you have learned something. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to write it in the chat box and I will look into it and answer your question. Thank you. Good
Okay,
morning,
thank you
ladies
for your
and
time.
gentlemen. I would like to
Yes.
thank the organizer.
Okay, thank you for your time and attention. Now let's open the floor for questions from our audience. Please raise your hand if you have a question and wait for the microphone to reach you. And please also state your name and an affiliation before asking your questions. And then you can also ask in Bahasa and I will help you translate in English. It's okay. And then maybe you can type in the column chat box. And then after that, we send to Professor Rogado, and then we save the questions because I got information that Professor Rogado cannot join in the virtual Zoom. So I will save the questions if there is questions about topics of the Professor Rogado, please. Any questions? Hi. Any questions about the topics of Professor Rogado? So maybe if you have question, you can type in the column chat box or save your question and I will send it in the Professor Rogado. Okay. Okay, thank you for the playing video from Professor Rogado. And then thank you for our speakers today, Professor Rogado and also Mrs. Febriana for your excellent answer and for sharing your knowledge and experience with us in here. And then I'm sure that our audience has gained a lot of valuable insights from you all today. Okay, so to summarize the main point from the presentation today, okay, the prevention of stroke complications in the critical care unit consists of assessment and monitoring, management and care. And then during the acute phase, the nurse will monitor airway, breathing and circulation. Early assessment for neurologic compromise should be ongoing for acute patients with stroke who are at considerable risk for hemorrhagic transformation, cerebral edema, and potential secondary strokes. And also the other speakers, catastrophic disease is an acute or prolonged illness usually considered to be life-threatening or with the threat of serious residual disability. So treatment may be radical and it's frequently costly, such as cerebrovascular disease, stroke, diabetes mellitus, chronic kidney disease, cancer, or heart attack, and etc. Okay, and then thank you once again for the time and contribution for two speakers in this session. Let's give a big round of applause for Professor Rogado, also Mrs. Febriana. Okay, thank you very much for joining with us. And our institution appreciate it so much. Thank you very much to all of the wonderful speakers today. So about the certificate, maybe can show in the screen. about two speakers, Professor Gado, also Mrs. Febriana. Okay, this is the certificate will be given by the Mrs. Febriana Sartika Sari. Thank you very much. This is the certificate. We really appreciate about the topics. Okay. I think that's all from me as the moderator. The session, we apologize for any shortcomings in our behavior and speech. See you next time. Thank you very much for your attention. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Novita, for guiding the second plenary session. And thank you for Professor Maria Isabelita Rogado and Mrs. Febriana Sartikasari MCAP as the speaker of the second plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have some time to break. You can leave the Balai Krida Husada and take your meals on the registration table in front of Balai Krida Husada. And for all the audience in the Zoom meeting room, you can turn off your camera. Please take some break because we will start the third session of plenary session in 1 p.m. See you later and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
thinks there's always tomorrow. I miss your touch on nights when I'm hollow. I know you crossed the bridge that I can't follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. Young blood thinks there's always tomorrow. I need more time, but time can't be borrowed. I'd leave it all behind if I could follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. Yeah. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. So if I can't get close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. Got a tattoo, sit together through life. Carving your name with my pocket knife. And you wonder when you wake up, will it be alright? Oh, oh, feels like there's something broken inside. All I know, is that I'm lost wherever you go. All I know is that I love you so much.
Gue minum Hylotin yang tinggi kalsium dan berprotein. Tumbuh tuh ke atas.
Mau selfie tapi rambut terlihat kusam. Pakai Sunsilk Black Shine Active Infusion dengan urang-aring, oil, kolagen, dan vitamin C. Menutrisi rambut
You're insecure, don't know what for. You're turning heads when you walk through the door. Don't need makeup to cover up. Being the way that you are is enough. Everyone else in the room can see it. Everyone else but you. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I can see, you'll understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. That's what makes you beautiful. So come on, you got it wrong. To prove I'm right, I put it in a song. I don't know why you're being shy and turn away when I look into your eyes. Everyone else in the room can see it. Everyone else but you. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I can see, you'll understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. That's what makes you beautiful. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know you're beautiful. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I can see, you'll understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. You don't know you're beautiful. That's what makes you beautiful. Going out tonight changes into something red. Her mother doesn't like that kind of dress. Everything she never had, she's showing off. Driving too fast, moon is breaking through her hair. She's heading for something that she won't forget. Having no regrets is all that she really wants. We're only getting older, baby, and I've been thinking about it lately. Does it ever drive you crazy? Just how fast the night changes. Everything that you've ever dreamed of disappearing when you wake up. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Even when the night changes, it will never change me and you. Chasing it tonight, doubts are running round her head. He's waiting, hides behind a cigarette. Heart is beating loud and she doesn't want it to stop.
Moving too fast, moon is lighting up her skin. She's falling, doesn't even know it yet. Having no regrets is all that she really wants.
We're only getting older, baby, and I've been thinking about it lately. Does it ever drive you crazy? Just how fast the night changes. Everything that you've ever dreamed of disappearing when you wake up. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Even when the night changes, it will never change me and you. Going out tonight changes into something red. Her mother doesn't like that kind of dress. Reminds her of the missing piece of innocence she lost. We're only getting older, baby, and I've been thinking about it lately. Does it ever drive you crazy? Just how fast the night changes. Everything that you've ever dreamed of disappearing when you wake up. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Even when the night changes, everything that you've ever dreamed of disappearing when you wake up. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Even when the night changes, it will never change, baby. It will never change, baby. It will never change me and you.
I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, Achilles and his gold, Hercules and his gifts, and Spider-Man's control, and Batman with his fist. And clearly I don't see myself upon that list. But she said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. I want something just like this. I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, the testaments they told, the moon and its eclipse, and Superman unrolls a suit before he lived. But I'm not the kind of person that it fits. She said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can miss. I want something just like this. I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like Where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss, just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. When you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you feel so tired but you can't sleep, stuck in reverse, and the tears come streaming down your face, when you lose something you can't replace, when you love someone but it goes to waste, could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. High up above or down below, when you're too in love to let it go, but if you never try you'll never know just what you were. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you.
Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you.
Like this song? Check out the Shortlist playlist on YouTube. Listen now.
Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Staring at the bottom of your glass, hoping one day you'll make a dream last. But dreams come slow and they go so fast. You see it when you close your eyes. Maybe one day you'll understand why everything you touch surely dies. But you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, same old empty feeling in your heart. 'Cause love comes slow and it goes so fast. Well, you see her when you fall asleep, but never to touch and never to keep. 'Cause you loved her too much and you dive too deep. Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Oh, 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 oh. And you let her go. Oh, oh. Burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. 'Cause you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go.
Loving can hurt. Loving can hurt sometimes, but it's the only thing that I know. When it gets hard, you know it can get hard sometimes. It is the only thing that makes us feel alive. We keep this love in a photograph. We made these memories for ourselves, where our eyes are never closing, hearts are never broken, and time's forever frozen still. So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes meet. You won't ever be alone. Wait for me to come home. Loving can heal. Loving can mend your soul. And it's the only thing that I know. I swear it will get easier. Remember that with every piece of you. And it's the only thing we take with us when we die. Keep this love in its photograph. We made these memories for ourselves, where our eyes are never closing, hearts were never broken, time's forever frozen still. So you can keep me inside the pocket of your ripped jeans, holding me closer till our eyes meet. You won't ever be alone. And if you hurt me, that's okay, baby. Only words bleed inside these pages. You just hold me. I won't ever let you go. Wait for me to come home. 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 Oh, you can fit me inside the necklace you got when you were 16, next to your heartbeat where I should be. Keep it deep within your soul. And if you hurt me, well, that's okay, baby. Only words bleed inside these pages. You just hold me. I won't ever let you go. When I'm away, I will remember how you kissed me under the lamppost back on 6th Street, hearing you whisper through the phone. Wait for me to come home. I met you in the dark, you lit me up.
danced the night away. We drank too much. I held your hair back when you were throwing up. Then you smiled over your shoulder. For a minute I was stone cold sober. I pulled you closer to my chest, and you asked me to stay over. I said I already told you. I think that you should get some rest. I knew I loved you then, but you'd never know. 'Cause I played it cool when I was scared of letting go. I knew I needed you, but I never showed. But I wanna stay with you until we're gray and old. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. I'll wake you up with some breakfast in bed. I'll bring you coffee with a kiss on your head. And I'll take the kids to school, wave them goodbye. And I'll thank my lucky stars for that night. When you looked over your shoulder, for a minute I forget that I'm older. I wanna dance with you right now. Oh, and you look as beautiful as ever, and I swear that every day you'll get better. You make me feel this way somehow. I'm so in love with you, and I hope you know, darling, your love is more than worth its weight in gold. We've come so far, my dear, look how we've grown. And I wanna stay with you until we're gray and old. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. I wanna live with you, even when we're ghosts. 'Cause you were always there for me when I needed you most. I'm gonna love you till my lungs give out. I promise till death we part, like in our vows. So I wrote this song for you. Now everybody knows that it's just you and me till we're gray and old. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Just say you won't let go. Oh, just say you won't let go. The birds have left the trees, the light pours onto me. I could feel you lying there all on your own. We got here the hard way, all those words that we exchange. Is it any wonder things can go? 'Cause in my heart and in my hand, I'll never take back the things I said. So high and bold, I feel it coming down. She said, in my heart and in my head, tell me why this has to end. Oh no, oh no. I can't save us, my Atlantis we fall. We build this town on shaky ground. I can't save us, my Atlantis, oh no. We build it up to pull it down.
Begini, bayar Rp65.000 per bulan untuk aplikasi streaming. Lalu Rp54.990 per bulan untuk aplikasi musik. Lalu Rp150.000 untuk aplikasi fitness. Dan lebih
never fled. The hurt just leaves me scared, losing everything I've ever known. It's all become too much. Maybe I'm not built for love. If I knew that I could reach you, I would go. It's in my heart and in my head. You can't take back the things you said. So high on both, I feel it coming down. She said, in my heart and in my head. Tell me why this has to end. Oh no, oh no. I can't save us. My Atlantis we fall. We build this town on shaky ground. I can't save us. My Atlantis, oh no. We build it up to pull it down. Yeah, we build it up and we build it up. Yeah, we build it up to pull it down. And we build it up and we build it up. And we build it up to pull it down. I can't save us. My Atlantis we fall. We build this town on shaky ground. I can't save us. My Atlantis, oh no. We build it up to pull it down. It's 4 a.m. I can't turn my head off. Wishing these memories will fade and never do. Turns out people lie. They said just snap your fingers, as if it was really that easy for me to get over you. I just need time. Snapping 1, 2. Where are you? It's you in my heart. Snapping 3, 4. Don't need you here anymore. Get out of my heart. 'Cause I might snap. I'm writing a song. Said this is the last one. How many last songs are left? I'm losing count. Since June 22nd, my heart's been on fire. I've been spending my nights in the rain trying to put it out. So I'm snapping 1, 2. Where are you? You're still in my heart. Snapping 3, 4. Don't need you here anymore. Get out of my heart. 'Cause I might snap. Oh, oh. 'Cause I might snap. Oh, oh. And if one more person says you should get over it, oh, I might stop talking to people before I snap, snap, snap. Oh, I might stop talking to people before I snap. Snapping 1, 2. Where are you? Where are you? You're still in my heart. Still in my heart. Snapping 3, 4. Don't need you here anymore. Need you here anymore. 'Cause you might stay. 'Cause I might stay.
akne terbaik Garnier. Bersihkan bakteri penyebab jerawat dan cerahkan nodanya. Buktikan.
I hope that's romantic all my life, surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I find a lover that could help me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical now, but still I want it more, more, more. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. I look for his arrows every day. I get sick or lost or flew away. Waiting around is no waste, and counting the days is November. His loving is good as they say. Now I'm so lonely. Oh, I wish I find a lover that could help me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical now, but still I want it more, more, more. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. Hopeless girl seeking someone who will share this feeling. I'm a fool for love, a fool for love. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb.
I'm finding ways to articulate the feeling I'm going through. I just can't say I don't love you, 'cause I love you. Yeah, it's hard for me to communicate the thoughts that I hold, but tonight I'm gonna let you know. Let me tell the truth. Baby, let me tell the truth. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. You're scared to be lonely, especially in the night. I'm scared that I'll miss you. Happens every time. I don't want this feeling. I can't afford love. I try to find reason to pull us apart. It ain't working, 'cause you're perfect, and I know that you're worth it. I can't walk away. Even though we're going through it and it makes you feel alone, just know that I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. The distance and the time between us, it'll never
you want me. Hate it when you cry. It ain't working, cause you're perfect, and I know you deserve it. I can't walk away. Even though we're going through it and it makes you feel alone, just know that I would die for you. I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. The distance and the time between us, it'll never change my mind. Cause baby, I would die for you. I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. I would die for you. I would die for you. I would lie for you. Keep it real with you. I would kill for you, my baby. I'm just saying, yeah. I would die for you. I would lie for you. Keep it real with you. I would kill for you, my baby. Na 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 na. Even though we're going through it and it makes you feel alone, just know that I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you. Yeah. The distance and the time between us, it'll never change my mind. Cause baby, I would die for you. Baby, I would die for you.
We were good, we were gold, kind of dream that can't be sold. We were right till we weren't, built a home and watched it burn. I didn't wanna leave you, I didn't wanna lie. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, and I can hold my own head. Yeah, I can love me better than you can. Can love me better, I can love me better, baby. Can love me better, I can love me better. Paint my nails cherry red, match the roses that you laid. No remorse, no regret. I forgive every word you say. Ooh, I didn't wanna leave, baby. I didn't wanna fight. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, yeah, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, yeah, I can hold my own head, yeah, I can love me better than you can. Can love me better, I can love me better, baby. Can love me better, I can love me better, baby. Can love me better, I can love me better, baby. Can love me better, I didn't wanna leave you, I didn't wanna fight. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, yeah, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, yeah, I can hold my own hand, yeah, I can love me better than, yeah, I can love me
Sepine ro aku senengmu karo liyane arep cemburu kok dudu sapa-sapane sing awale perhatian ning akhire sliramu sing malah ngilang ra pengen liyane pengen ku siji mung kowe kenyataane tutu aku ning jero atimu isesa kelingan kabeh kenangan sing tau dilakoni kebayang-bayang nganti kekowo ngimpi iso gawe nyaman raja menan duweni atimu kaya lagi wingi awak dhewe iso ngobrol tekan wangi rasa sliramu wong sing paling kemati ora nyangka kowe sing paling larani ra pengen liyane pengen ku siji mung kowe kenyataane tutu aku ning jero atimu isih kelingan kabeh kenangan sing tau dilakoni kebayang-bayang nganti kekowo ngimpi iso gawe nyaman raja menan duweni atimu kaya lagi wingi awak dhewe iso ngobrol tekan wangi krasa sliramu wong sing paling kemati ora nyangka kowe sing paling larani ora nyangka kowe sing paling larani nemu kowe pasati ambyar-ambyare pacar sing tak tresnani ninggal aku golek liyane tekamu dadi tombo ngobati ati sing lara muga ikhlas nampa tekan tekan besok nganti tua. Kowe sing paling ngerti marang kahanane hati. Aku mau semangati ngusape lohku sing mrebes mili. Papujane ngati kinaryo kembange wangi. Sabar-sabar ngomong aku muga selawase dadi siji. Matur suwun Gusti pun maringi sing kemati. Nemu slirane ngobati ati kang sepi. Matur suwun Gusti pun maringi sing kemati. Yang pergi biarlah pergi, ono kowe sing ngancani. Kowe sing paling ngerti marang kahanane hati. Aku mau semangati ngusape lohku sing mrebes mili. Papujane ngati kinaryo kembange wangi. Sabar-sabar ngomong aku muga selawase dadi siji. Matur suwun Gusti pun maringi sing kemati. Nemu slirane ngobati ati kang sepi. Matur suwun Gusti pun maringi sing kemati. Yang pergi biarlah pergi, ono kowe sing ngancani. Pergi ono kowe sing ngancani. Here comes a wave meant to wash me away, a tide that is taking me under. Swallowing sand left with nothing to say, my voice drowned out in the thunder. But I won't cry, and I won't start to crumble. Whenever they try to shut me or cut me down, I won't be silenced. You can't keep me quiet. Won't tremble when you try it. All I know is I won't go speechless. 'Cause I'll breathe when they try to suffocate me. Don't you underestimate me, 'cause I know that I won't go speechless. Bending stone, every rule, every word, centuries old and unbending. Stay in your place, better seen and not heard. Well, now that story is ending. 'Cause I cannot start to crumble. So come on and try to shut me and cut me down. I won't be silent. You can't keep me quiet. Won't tremble when you try it. All I know is I won't go speechless, speechless. Let the storm in. I cannot be broken. No, I won't live unspoken. 'Cause I know that I won't go speechless. Try to lock me in this cage. I won't just lay me down and die. I will take these broken wings and watch me burn across the sky. Hear the echo saying I won't be silenced. Though you wanna see me tremble when you try it. All I know is I won't go speechless, speechless. 'Cause I'll breathe when they try to suffocate me. Don't you underestimate me, 'cause I know that I won't go speechless. All I know is I won't go speechless, speechless.
언제부터일까 내 작은 생각들 영원히 내 곁에 머물 수 있을까. 헤어짐이란 상상 못한 남의 얘기들 어떤 순간 날 얼어붙게 해. 시간이 가는 게 싫을 만큼 따스했던 반짝인 웃음 그리고 눈물. 누군가를 믿기 힘들 때 항상 같은 자리에서 날 위해 서 있어준 너. 이제 난 그만 졸아보려고 해. 불안해하던 그 많은 날을 기억해. 이 벅찬 감정 손은 들어 안녕 마지막 인사하고 돌아서면 날 기다린 세상으로 가. 미지의 별 동경했던 여행을 시작할 때 My graduation 그 첫 걸음 많이 행복하게 될 거야. 지금 이 기분을 내게 전해야 할 텐데 맘이 조급해 yeah. 마치 눈보라 속 길을 밝히는 불. 그래 너만을 보고 걸어온 거야. 모두 편했던 나의 세상 끝에 남은 너 얼어붙어 더 좋은 하수 녹일 거야 하얀 외계인 둘러봐 지금 우리 둘뿐이야 왜 언제나 부족한 것만 같아 어쩔 줄 모르던 오래전 내 안에 그 작은 너는 낯선 건 비동한 막연했었던 질문들 답을 쫓아가 Whether we door the planet 길이는 밤의 공기 잡은 순간 흩어지던 창백한 푸른빛 난 걷는 길 홀로 외롭지 않다고 그 끝에 네가 서 있어 길었던 밤을 떠나보내려 해 너의 사랑을 너무 잘 아니까 더는 두렵지가 않아 손을 들어 안녕 마지막 인사하고 돌아서면 날 기다린 세상으로 미지의 별 동경했던 여행을 시작할 때 My graduation 비춰거려 너무 행복하게 될 거야 이제 나는 당당히서 너를 감싸 안아줄 거야 천천히 더 걷다가 땀을 겉에 가득한 세상 아니란 걸 꿈꾸지는 않아 지금을 그날을 하면 돼 마지막 한 번 안아준 뒤에 활활 보내주려 해 캄캄한 밤들 기억에 이탈리아 사이에 안녕 마지막 인사하고 인사를 돌아서면 기다린 새 세상으로 가 미지의 별 동경했던 여행의 시작이야 My graduation 비춰거려 많이 행복하게 돼 모두 떠나보 You must think that I'm stupid. You must think that I'm a fool. You must think that I'm new to this. But I have seen this song before. I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. 'Cause every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you, in case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. No way that you'll see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbye. I know you're thinking I'm heartless. I know you're thinking I'm cold. I'm just protecting my innocence. I'm just protecting my soul.
I'm never gonna let you close to me, even though you mean the most to me. Cause every time I open up it hurts. So I'm never gonna get too close to you, even when I mean the most to you, in case you go and leave me in the dirt. But every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye. I'm way too good at goodbye. No way that you'll see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbye. No, 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 no way that you'll see me cry. I'm way too good at goodbye. 'Cause every time you hurt me, the less that I cry. And every time you leave me, the quicker these tears dry. And every time you walk out, the less I love you. Baby, we don't stand a chance. It's sad, but it's true. I'm way too good at goodbye.
You know I want you. It's not a secret I try to hide. You know you want me, so don't keep saying our hands are tied. You claim it's not in the cards, and fate is pulling you miles away and out of reach from me. But you're here in my heart, so who can stop me if I decide that you're my destiny? What if we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine. Nothing could keep us apart. You be the one I was meant to find. It's up to you and it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. So why don't we rewrite the stars? Or maybe the world could be ours tonight.
You think it's easy? You think I don't wanna run to you? Yeah, but there are mountains, and there are doors that we can walk through. I know you're wondering why, because we're able to be just you and me within these walls. But when we go outside, you're gonna wake up and see that it was hopeless after all. No one can rewrite the stars. How can you say you'll be mine? Everything keeps us apart, and I'm not the one you were meant to find. It's not up to you, it's not up to me. When everyone tells us what we can be, and how can we rewrite the stars? Say that the world can be ours tonight.
All I want is to fly with you. All I want is to fall with you. So just give me all of you. It's not impossible. Say that it's possible. How do we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine, and nothing can keep us apart. 'Cause you are the one I was meant to find. It's up to you, it's up to me. No one can say what
a secret I try to hide, but I can't have you. We're bound to break and my hands are tied.
You walked into the room and now my heart's been stolen. You took me back in time to when I was unbroken. Now you're all I want, and I knew it from
Not sure if you know this, but when we first met, I got so nervous I couldn't speak. In that very moment, I found the one, and my life had found its missing piece. So as long as I live, I love you. Will heaven hold you? You look so beautiful in white. And from now to my very last breath, this day I'll cherish. You look so beautiful in white tonight. What we have is timeless. My love is endless. And with this ring, I say to the world, you're my every reason. You're all that I believe in. With all my heart, I mean every word. So as long as I live, I love you. Will heaven hold you? You look so beautiful in white. And from now to my very last breath, this day I'll cherish. You look so beautiful in white tonight. And you look so beautiful in white. Yeah, yeah. Na, 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 na. So beautiful in white tonight. And if a daughter is what our future holds, I hope she has your eyes, finds love like you and I did. Yeah, and if she falls in love, we'll let her go. I'll walk her down the aisle. She looks so beautiful in white. Yeah, yeah. So beautiful in white. So as long as I live, I love you. Will heaven hold you? You look so beautiful in white. And from now to my very last breath,
Perjalanan membawamu bertemu denganku, ku bertemu kamu. Sepertimu yang ku cari, konon aku juga seperti yang kau cari. Ku kira kita asam dan garam, dan kita bertemu di belanga. Kisah yang ternyata tak seindah itu. Ku kira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku. Ku kira takkan ada kendala, bekas redam kini sudah pijar istimewa. Entah apa maksud dunia, semoga rindu ini menghilang. Konon katanya waktu sembuhkan, akan adakah lagi yang sepertimu? Ku kira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku. Ku kira takkan ada kendala, kukira ini kan mudah, kau aku jadi kita. Kau melanjutkan perjalananmu, ku melanjutkan perjalananku. Kukira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku. Kukira takkan ada kendala, kukira ini kan mudah, kau aku jadi kita. Kukira kita akan bersama. Hati-hati di jalan,
Waktu demi waktu, hari demi hari, sadarku telah sendiri. Kau telah pergi jauh, tinggalkan diriku. Ternyata ku rindu senyuman yang selalu membungkus hati yang terluka di depan mereka. segampang itu ku menemukan sosok seperti dirimu. Bisa.
Wardah Science Power Skincare. Inovasi Cell Power Technology.
Sir, I'm a bit nervous about being here today. Still not real sure what I'm going to say. So bear with me please if I take up too much of your time. See in this box is a ring for your oldest. She's my everything, and all that I know is it would be such a relief if I knew that we were on the same side. 'Cause very soon I'm hoping that I can marry your daughter and make her my wife. I want her to be the only girl that I love for the rest of my life, and give her the best of me till the day that I die. Yeah, I'm gonna marry a princess and make her my queen. She'll be the most beautiful bride that I've ever seen. I can't wait to smile when she walks down the aisle on the arm of her father, on the day that I marry your daughter. She's been here every step since the day that we met. I'm scared to death to think of what would happen if she ever left. So don't you ever worry about me ever treating her bad. I've got most of the best done so far. So bring on the better ones. And till death do us part, there's no doubt in my mind. It's time, I'm ready to start. I swear to you with all of my heart, I'm gonna marry your daughter and make her my wife. I want her to be the only girl that I love for the rest of my life, and give her the best of me till the day that I die. Yeah, I'm gonna marry a princess and make her my queen. She'll be the most beautiful bride that I've ever seen. I can't wait to smile as she walks down the aisle on the arm of her father, on the day that I marry your daughter. The first time I saw her, I
I'm sorry, I cannot hear voice from Balai Krida.
In here, we are excited to have you here to exchange ideas and insights on strengthening health transformation to overcome catastrophic diseases. Here's an overview of our agenda for this session. We have a packed schedule with a variety of engaging sessions, including presentation from speakers, Q&A session, and panel discussion after the presentation of all speakers. Our conference features a distinguished lineup of speakers and experts from diverse fields. Throughout the day, you will have the opportunity to hear from this thought speaker who will share their knowledge and insight. The first speaker is Mr. Randy Aditya Darmawan MKep from the School of Nursing, Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, Indonesia, which will talk about application of evidence-based practice and supporting data in the formulation of catastrophic disease elimination strategy. And the second speaker is Mr. Dr. Robert Priharjo, PhD, MSc, SKP RN from Anglia Ruskin University, United Kingdom, who will talk about comprehensive care of diabetes mellitus to prevent vascular diseases. And the third one, the speaker for this session is Mrs. Lida Jensen, MN, from Hogeschool via Netherlands, which will talk about prevention to overcome stroke and heart disease in Netherlands. In this session, all of the speakers will join us via online. And allow me to clarify to our speaker first. Ms. Randy, have you joined in Zoom meeting?
Inshallah, I already to share with you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Randy. Mr. Robert, are you in Zoom meeting? Okay, not yet. And Ms. Lydia, have you joined us? Not yet? Okay, we will waiting for our second and third speaker for this session. Before we begin, let us go over some important housekeeping matters. For our online participants, please make sure your microphone is muted to minimize disruption during the conference. For our in-person attendees, please ensure your mobile phones are silenced. Each speaker in this session will have a total of 30 minutes of their presentation. To ensure we stay on schedule, I will kindly remind our speakers of their time remaining. After the presentation from all of the speakers, there will be time for discussion. If you have any question for the speaker at discussion session, please raise your hand virtual and turn on your microphone when I call you on to ask a question. Or you can also use the chat feature on this session to ask your question, then I will read your question. And if you need help, anything about technical, please reach out to the team via the chat function in Zoom. And please allow me to sit first. Without any further ado, let's begin the presentation in this session. The first speaker of this session is Mr. Randy Aditya Darmawan, Magister Keperawatan from the School of Nursing, Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, Indonesia. I will read the CV from Mr. Randy. Mr. Randy born at Jember in September 20, 1988, and email ndik_nurse@yahoo.com. The affiliation is Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. Education, third year diploma from Akbar Sutomo Poltekkes Kemenkes Surabaya, year 2009. Bachelor of Nursing from Faculty of Nursing, Unair, Surabaya, Indonesia, 2012. And Master Program from Master of Nursing Program, Universitas of Diponegoro, Semarang, Indonesia, year 2017. And from the speaker experience, we will see in here, there's so many experience that have been done by him. In here, the last one being the speaker from the event about hilirisasi produk penelitian pada area keperawatan, years 2022. And in here, we'll see that there's so many speakers experience about research and COVID. And the research experience, there are so many experience in research. The last one is the paper about CBT for holding the stigma, harga diri dan quality of life from TBC. And the HKI, also there's so many from Mr. Randy that we can see in the slide, yeah, and you can watch, and you can read it by yourself because there's so many experience from him. And although the speaker join us online, please let us give a warm welcome to Mr. Randy Aditya Darmawan, Magister Keperawatan. For Mr. Randy, the room is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Maria. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone. The Honorable Director, Polytechnic of Surakarta, our Dean, Mr. Adi, our Head of Department of Nursing, Ms. Tari, and then diplomers, and all of lecture student in Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. For the first, I want to permit you to share my PPT, and then can you look my PPT? Today, I will share to you about application of evidence-based practice and supporting data in the formulation of catastrophic disease elimination strategy. For the first introduction or a problem, why we should use evidence-based to face with our problem is the first, as we know that catastrophic disease become severe illness requiring prolonged hospitalization and recovery. So many cases in catastrophic disease consists of heart disease, cancer, stroke, and then CKD, hemophilia, thalassemia, and another disease that include in catastrophic disease. But the most case in catastrophic disease is heart disease. we can imagine when Indonesian have more than 15 million cases, and it should need money more than 12,000 million, maybe 12 trillion. So high cost to care patient with heart disease. But if we flashback to prevent or promotion in our community, maybe it's more or less what we call like strengthness of promotion. If we look at in our community, all of community maybe have big question. We are always faced with question, are we sure we are healthy? I don't have problem, I don't have sign, I don't have limited in my activity, I healthy. And then young people say, I'm so young to get heart disease, I'm so young to get cancer, I'm so young to get stroke or CVA. And then they not what we call not measure health condition, never go to laboratory to check a biochemical and another indicator health condition. So when we look this data, our Ministry of Health have 6 program transformation in health system. The first program is primary care transformation, and then secondary transformation, secondary care, and health system transformation, financing transformation or BPJS, and then health transformation, and the last is health technology transformation. So the first transformation is not cure, but the first transformation is primary care. How to prevent community to become sick. And then the first soup for primary care transformation is population education. And as a health teenager, we should support our ministry to campaign in our community about immunization, the importance of balanced nutrition, important do activity, no smoking, and then how to make a better sanitation, and then the most important is disease screening and medical compliance, and another prevention like immunization, and then ANC, and then stunting screening, and another program. But today I will focus with population education. And then if we look data from this journal, we can look risk factor for coronary heart disease in productive age in Indonesia from Arwan Setyanugroho et al. And they report that 1.30% Indonesian got CHD or coronary heart disease. And then when I look the complete data, 315 respondents get coronary heart disease, and I compare with data from Europe. In Europe, more than 3% population got coronary heart disease, and then score Indonesian maybe less than Europe, but it's not prestation, it's not we should to decrease again. So money to pay CHD or coronary heart disease care can be decreased, and maybe if we can save money from health, maybe we can make or build another building to learn. And then the most cardiovascular disease is heart attack and stroke in below 70 years old. And then when we look at the specific data, we can look female is more risk to get coronary heart disease. And then when we look in this data, obesity, overweight is the most high risk to get CHD or coronary heart disease. Physical activity, if you like in physical activity, less in activity, maybe it can be increasing our risk to get CHD. And then in this data, we cannot look different between smoker and non-smoker because this data show that non-smoker is more risk to get coronary heart disease, but you cannot to believe 100% with this report, because if we look at another report that show the report that if patient smoker, it's more high risk to get CHD. And then fast food consumption, and then if respondent, if our community more like to consume fast food, it can mean that in the next period, in the next year, amount of coronary heart disease will be increased. So I want to give you suggestion of my student and participant. We can look this data, we can literature review first before we go to community, and then after we analyze indicator or data, we can mix correct strategy. And then if we know this report that female have more high risk, so we should what we call like if we want to go sport, not only male, female must follow sport together with male. No, if we look in our community, male more do sport or activity, but female only in home, only in dormitory, never go to sports center and do activity. So we should give suggestion to our community. Female should do activity, not only in home like this. And another piece of data, I think it's important to create our strategy like this. And then it is our research. Maybe in August 2023, I go to 4A and 4B class to check amount of cholesterol, blood sugar, and hemoglobin in 4A and 4B class. And then we get 63 nursing students. And then amazing data from this research, we find the average of cholesterol level our student is 197, like elderly. I think student in Poltekkes Surakarta between 20 until 22 years old, but amount of cholesterol similar like elderly. And then I asked to our student, so do you eat healthy diet? Do you exercise regularly? Never consumption alcohol, never smoking, and then enough time to sleep, and then manage stress? Yes, of course, we do it. All of prevent to high cholesterol. But when you eat, do you look quality of what we call oil, minyak goreng? No, like this. So they like to consume gorengan, and then maybe if we look this report, this data, this money list, if we have money 1 million, and then money to buy Indomie or mie goreng, and then egg, yeah, always what we call like sedia Indomie and egg to our consumption like this. Maybe if we look this data, we should to improve money or economy from our students, so they have enough money to buy healthy diet like this. And then if we look this data and find this data in BPS August 2023, and then the data show that 17% of Indonesian go to health area to check their condition like this. So in the citizen, more than in village, citizen is 18%, and then in the village is 16%. And if we look this data, not all Indonesian go to laboratorium to check biochemical. They choose puskesmas or hospital or another health facility. And then if we look this data, we should to back again to our survey. We call it with Survei Kesehatan Indonesia. In June, Ministry of Health launched program, and we can call it with Survei Kesehatan Indonesia. In this program, all of Indonesian will be checked by biochemical, and then we can make base data. We can have base data to become basic of strategy. But if we look our culture, Indonesian always afraid if know about disease, and we have a suggestion like this. If I know my disease, I will stress, and I will always to think about my disease, and it make me faster to death like this. So Indonesian don't want to check their health and then never go to laboratory. But I will share my experience. In 2020, our director check all of teenager, and then in this year my weight is 91 kilogram. In 91 kilogram, I found that my biochemical is very bad. My cholesterol more than 250. My glucose level, blood glucose level is more than 180, and maybe I get a 6-star, 6 bad result of biochemical, and it make me afraid. Oh, I will die in the young age. And then after that, when we know our health condition, maybe we can improve our quality, and then more activity, and then diet, and another activity to decrease to improving my strength in health condition. And then today my weight is 73 kilogram, and then I cannot find my star in last period check, and then alhamdulillah, it's what we call like kebalikan in last period. So I think if we want to change habit from community, we can start from health check, and then biochemical check, and another check to understand how our condition like this. But after SKI, Survei Kesehatan Indonesia, we will meet with strengthness and then barrier. So if we look data from Juncker et al., they already published in Health Research Policy and System, we can look strengthness of policy if the government or policy maker have enough education and knowledge about source and possibility use of evidence. So we can look this report that use evidence is important to base policy awareness, existing evidence, and then stakeholder information and quality of evidence. So if we look evidence, maybe many evidence already in journal or another source of evidence, but we should short evidence, because maybe as we know that level of evidence have level, so we only choose high level of evidence to base of policy like this. Not only strengthness or facilitator, we will meet with barrier, poor data, lack of will to use evidence, and then poor traditional implemented political like katanya, only based on katanya, only based on biasanya, only based on yang lalu juga begini. It's not evident. So we can start our strategy to face with catastrophic disease based on data, based on evidence like this. And then if we have base data, maybe we can have like education, knowledge, awareness, and then another supporting the we need to make policy. After that, we can initiating policy and then make a plan when policy will do, and then with what we call a teenager in this policy, and we can look another policy and adopt to our community. And the last is implementing policy. After that, we not stop in implementing, but we should to evaluate about negative process from our policy, and then we can repair or make excellent our policy after evaluation. The last conclusion of my material is, if we want to make policy, we should be start from database and evidence. Like this, be a trend centers, not just a follower. Thank you very much. I think that's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, for Mr. Andy, for the excellent presentation about the application of evidence-based practice and supporting data in the formulation of catastrophic disease elimination strategy. And throughout the conference, we encourage active participation from our audience. Online participants can submit questions in the chat, and in-person attendees in here can write down question, or you can ask directly in the discussion session later. And in here, we already joined with us in Zoom meeting, Mr. Dr. Robert Priharjo, PhD, MSc, SKPRN. Welcome, Mr. Robert. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning, everyone. It is nice to be here and to joining this conference. Thank you. I'm here.
Yeah, Mr. Robert, let me introduce myself. My name Maria in here. I'll be your moderator for this session. And right now we will have the presentation from you.
Yeah.
But I will we'll need a confirmation from you first. Is it okay for you to join the panel discussion later, or the discussion after will be held after the presentation from you?
Yeah, that will be fine. I think I'm quite happy to join the panel discussion later, so that will be great.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Robert. In here, the time will about 30 minutes for the presentation, Mr. Robert. Did you find with that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. I will read the brief summary of the speaker's background and achievement from Mr. Robert first. In here, we'll see Mr. Robert Priharjo, Dr. Robert Priharjo, from Cambridgeshire Nursing and Midwifery, from Anglia Ruskin University, the PhD, 2014. And we'll see in here 2006 postgraduate certificate in medical and healthcare education from Homerton School of Health Study and Anglia Ruskin University, and from the MSc in Nursing Studies from University of Manchester, and Bachelor in Nursing from University of Indonesia, and University Certificate in English 2-year full-time intensive program from Sanata Dharma Catholic University, Jakarta, Indonesia. Certificate in Medical Surgical Nursing from Lambton College, Sarnia, Ontario, Canada. And Diploma in Nursing from Academy of Nursing, the Ministry of Health, Yogyakarta, Indonesia in 1988. Wow. I will read the academic awards, distinction, and recognition in here. The last one being the Senior Fellow Higher Education Academy 2020.
Two.
Two.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit
I feel
nervous.
embarrassed, you are reading my biography, my CV. It's great.
In 2016, Nursing Education Founder Recognition Gadjah Mada University Indonesia, 2004 Fellow Higher Education Academy, 1888, 1898 British Council Chevening Award, and 1991 Custom Design Fellowship World Bank. The publication, research and scholarship, the first one of the publication. There's so many publications that you have published in here. Oh, we'll read it.
Yeah.
In the slideshow, but the last one with title "Mental Distress in Rural Areas of Indonesia."
They're all very old, this one.
The books also, that's so many books that you have written.
Oh, what is this?
From doctorate education from supervisor and students' perspective in here, and nursing leadership and current challenges nursing doctoral program, Faculty of Nursing, University of Indonesia. Research. Here the title of a validation of information seeking behavior of nursing students confirms most profiles, but also indicates desirable changes for information literacy support. And in here, there's so many. Being the examination. No. I mean, the thesis title in here from the PhD program, the effectiveness of information motivation behavioral skill model-based diabetes self-management education among patients with type 2 diabetes in randomized clinical trial. And there's so many in here.
Yeah, I think be quick.
Okay, we will send this CV.
Yeah,
from
of course.
our audience.
Audience, yeah.
Okay, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcoming Mr. Dr. Robert Priharjo, PhD, MSc, SKP, RN. The room is yours. Please give applause for Mr. Robert.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, everyone. I was wondering whether you want me to, the presentation is already there, so it's great. Good morning, my time here, UK time. It is actually nearly 8 o'clock now, 7:44, and then the temperature outside is 13 degrees, so windy and raining. So I believe that in Solo, you are still waiting, the rain, but here in the UK, we have had quite a lot of heavy rains over the last few days. Okay, brilliant. First of all, thank you for inviting me to join this conference. I remember a few years ago I went to Poltekkes Solo, a very, very nice city, and then a very, very vibrant, and also Poltekkes itself was very, very modern, and students are very, very motivated. So yeah, I miss Solo. So I wish that I could come there again in the near future. I have sent you more than 50, I think about 52 pages, but I don't think I would like to use all of them. So some of them perhaps we just need to to go quick. But I really expect questions from all of you. As you have noticed there, my name is Robert Priharjo. Because the time is very, very short. So if you have any questions, please feel free to discuss it today, or you can actually contact me later as well. I don't mind. So that's great. I'm based in Cambridge. Anglia Ruskin itself, we have 4 different campuses. One is in Essex, in Chelmsford. We also have a campus in London as well as in Peterborough. So I've been working with ARU for quite a long time, actually so many years. But before that, I was working as a registered nurse in a hospital here in the UK for 4 years. And then I decided to return back to education. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as suggested by the team, my presentation will be focusing on diabetes in general to start with, and then I try to link it with cardiovascular complications. I did actually enjoy the presentation from Mr. Randy because of from his research, he highlighted so many different key points and findings in relation to how people in Indonesia, from the participants of the research, manage their health, including how to select food, for example, and then they also find out the correlation between a lifestyle as well as risk factors, including cardiovascular disease, which is really great. So I hope that my presentation is more about how this evidence has been applied in a clinical setting, as well as how we support people with the diabetes or without diabetes to prevent them from cardiovascular complications. And at the end, I would like to suggest to everyone how, as healthcare professionals, we can actually enhance our competencies. So actually the presentations, I like to present this topic by looking at the definition of diabetes. I'm not sure whether this has been actually being discussed by previous speakers, but as you can see here, the main characteristic of diabetes is hyperglycemia. So hyperglycemia is the key factors that we need to alter and to adjust. So if the blood glucose level can be maintained as well as normal as possible, then complication could be prevented, including cardiovascular complications. Because we highlighted, in addition to cardiovascular complication, there are other complications as well, including retinopathy, kidney disease, and so on. So when we are actually working with people with diabetes, of course, we need to address this preventions as early as possible, not only about cardiovascular complications, but other complications as well. Next, please. Are you okay, everyone? Well, this is all about numbers, so I don't think I want to to explain in details, but I have selected the prevalent model from WHO, because in Indonesia you can access it easily. As you can see here, I think it is actually not only in Indonesia or in the UK, but it is a global pandemic. So we are expecting more and more people living with diabetes. And then, as I have mentioned early on, the consequences are massive, including blindness, kidney failure, heart attack, stroke, and lower limb amputations. Next. This is again more statistical data. I think we have actually learned from COVID-19. The evidence actually has told us the risk of catching COVID-19 at that time was the same compared to people without diabetes. However, people with diabetes were at risk of death, because of diabetes could exacerbate the consequences of COVID. So we have to learn this evidence during the pandemics. Next. Yeah, again, talking about the numbers, I think that the key aspect here, as we can highlight here, the prevalence is actually higher in low and middle income countries, including Indonesia, I believe. This is something that we need to be aware. Therefore, the IDF, the International Diabetes Federation, is focusing on low and middle income countries now. And then again, the previous presentation from Mr. Randy has highlighted the incident between male and female is quite different because of the lifestyle is different. This is, and also it's first interesting to look at the breakdown of one of the students, how they manage their budget in a month, for example. So we realize it's difficult basically to adjust lifestyle, because this actually related to what we earn and how much money we have as well. Next. Again, it is there are a lot of evidence surrounding prevalence of diabetes, and we are all agreed that the prevalence is not decreasing, but it is increasing. Next. Again, this is actually a breakdown of diabetes. Just to recap again, because the implication is related to cost, which actually I will explain early on. I don't think we can actually rely on how much people can earn every month, but we also need to, politically, the government need to think more carefully how much money need to be, to be provided to healthcare, services in order to prevent and to manage diabetes, as you can see here. But the evidence actually has highlighted, because USA, they spend more and more money, but actually the quality of care is not as good as other countries, which actually could spend less. So clearly from this evidence, we have actually learned it is not about money, but it is also about how to we manage it, how we manage the quality of care for people with diabetes. Next. Right, so this is again alarming. As you can see, Indonesia is there. You can actually see if we compare the list on the left, the colors actually has suggested, the number of people living with diabetes. The darker color actually shows the number is higher compared to to the other colors. As you can see, Indonesia is there. The color is a little bit kind of, what you color is that? It's a little bit kind of like dark red, and then this actually highlighted the incidence of the prevalence is high. Next. This is compared to the UK. The prevalence is, ticking up, as you can see here. I mean, I'm sure this is actually similar to Indonesia. As you can see, from 7.6 increasing to 8.9. So the good thing in the UK, we have what we call as diabetes prevalence models. This is actually statistical data being made available and then by the government. So we can actually see we can actually target what what prevention programs is needed locally, because from the diabetes prevalence model we can actually see which counties or have a higher prevalence compared to other counties and why, and then what prevention program is needed in the particular areas. Next. Yeah, next please. Yeah, this is again a prevalence of diabetes compared to other conditions. It is very, very sad to see this kind of data. I just found the data up until 2015, but it is actually still increasing. Compared to cancer, coronary heart disease, stroke, and dementia, diabetes prevalence is still higher. However, we need to we realize that diabetes care, we have not receive the highest funding to manage people with diabetes. Cancer is also alarming. I mean, last week I went to the cancer outpatient clinic in one of the hospital here. I found, it was so sad because it was so busy. I mean, the nurses, the doctors are just so busy. I didn't want to say, but I said to myself, it looks like not a hospital at all. It looks like a bus station. That's what I said to myself, because how busy it is. So it is actually very, very alarming when we are talking about long-term conditions. Next. Right. Okay. Okay. This is again the impact of diabetes. As you can see here, we are talking about life expectancy and quality of life is reduced, right? And then also we are talking about mental health and depression. There is a strong correlation. And also we are talking about social and family work and leisure, because lifestyle modifications are very, very important. And also patient need to, to modify and then to adjust to follow their the treatment regime. The cost here in the UK, the government is actually prepared to allocate 10% of the healthcare budget. I'm not sure, but in Indonesia, have a look, how much, money the government actually has allocated to care for people with diabetes. 10%, unfortunately, is not enough. It's just okay, but it's not enough. Next. Right. I was wondering, I'm not sure whether in Indonesia you have risk factors for everyone who can actually check whether they are at risk or not. This is just an example, but you can actually use this one if you are interested to find out whether you are at risk of catching or living with diabetes. Have a look in. This is actually I believe that you can actually open this link and then to find out whether you are at risk or not at risk. Then if you are at risk, there are different ways to prevent it, because some of the risk factors could be modified, some of them actually not. The one thing that could be modified is lifestyle, such as putting too much weight. So for example, that you can actually modify. However, other risk factors such as ethnicity or age, that is something that we can't actually modify. Have a look. I really hope that in Indonesia we can find something similar like this. Next. Right. Again, this is there are so many different kind of risk factors. Then we need to adjust which one actually we can actually modify and which one actually not. So on the top, like obesity, of course, we can actually modify it. Okay, next. So prevention again is a key here. Basically, the way how to do it, we need to be aware as early as possible. Okay, yeah. Right. This is again talking in the UK. Obesity is a massive problem here in the UK. Around 3/4 of those age 45 to 74 either overweight or obese. So we use a BMI here to help people to find out their whether they are overweight or obese. So the proportion actually is going up and up. It's not going down. I don't know why. It's still going up. You see, as you can see here, from 52 to 9 up to 64.3%, which is very, very alarming. Next. Yes, this is the way how we suggest people to monitor their weight by counting their BMI. As you can see here, then people actually could categorize themselves whether they are in the range of healthy weight or overweight or obese. In the clinic, as we have actually utilized to measure waist circumference as well. This has been utilized in clinical practice because we have actually realized that people with the waist circumference higher than normal, they tend to have high risk of cardiovascular complications. So therefore, we have actually suggested people to measure their waist. So what is that in Indonesia? Itu pinggang ya, ukuran pinggang. So we can actually measure it, particularly in Asia, particularly in people from India, for example, they tend to put more weight around their abdominal area, and then the risk of cardiovascular complication is actually higher. Just an example here, Southeast Asian, such as people from India, I think the standard is different. Next. Right. Again, this is just to show how complex it is. The correlation between obesity and also with diabetes to start with, and later on, this actually, of course, will link with the cardiovascular complications. The key concept that we need to understand here for type 2 diabetes is insulin resistant. Although the insulin actually still being produced, but the defect of the action is there. So therefore, insulin can't be utilized efficiently within the body, and then that could be linked with the diabetes type 2 later on. Initially, when someone actually having a risk of diabetes, the insulin will be produced more. This is what we call as hyperinsulinemia. However, if the lifestyle adjustment not being started, then the insulin secretion will be diminished. So that is why on the right hand side here you can see the insulin secretion actually lower. This is later the later factor, and then people started to have signs and symptoms of diabetes. Next. Are you all okay, everyone? Okay, in the UK, we have a National Institute for Clinical Excellence. This is actually an organization being created by the government in order to help the government to to create policies. Later on, I was watching Mr. Randi also talk about policies, basically, right? How important it is actually policy need to be created. This is actually what we do here in the UK. We have a body, we have a a kind of little bit of mini organization as well, consisting of experts. They help the government to create the policies, and at the end of the day, they actually have helped clinicians to make a decisions. So the recommendation here, everyone who are at risk, they need to, everyone actually, any adults actually or children, they can actually start to measure whether they are at risk of diabetes. But if they are, the risk actually is moderate or high, this is something that we need to tackle basically. So they need to be given health education. So this is what we do here in the UK. Anyone who are at risk of diabetes, adult patients, they could actually attend what we call is diabetes health education program. Next. This is again when we talk about pathophysiology of diabetes. I'm not going to talk in depth and deep, but make sure that we are aware with the complexity of diabetes. It's all about insulin secretion, and then also other hormone secretion, including glucagon and growth hormone. But as I have said earlier on, the main characteristic of diabetes is hyperglycemia, which is actually chronic, and then for managing and preventing long-term complications, so hyperglycemia needs to be managed. So therefore, complications could be delayed or could be prevented. Right, next. Right, this is actually just an overview, everyone. I think there are 4 slides. I'm not going to go in depth here, but we realize the main type of diabetes is type 1 and type 2 diabetes. There are different types as well. So diagnosis, the correct diagnosis is necessary, as important to start with, because the management is different and the pathways are different. I can understand in clinical areas sometimes people being misdiagnosed with type 1 or type 2 diabetes, and then this actually has impacted the way how we manage the diabetes later on. We also have a higher prevalence of gestational diabetes in the UK. The clinics are very, very busy at the moment, the clinics in the community. So the way how we work this, we have what we call it a joint clinic. So the diabetes care team need to make this kind of joint teamwork with prenatal care or antenatal care. So these people who suffer from diabetes in pregnancies or gestational diabetes could be managed from both sides, how to manage their hyperglycemia, as well as how to make sure that the babies as well as the mothers are remain healthy. Okay, next. So this is again, as you can see, there are different type of diabetes, including drug or chemical induced people on steroid, basically. So therefore, we are very, very careful, particularly if people started their steroid. However, I'm sure this is actually what you do in Indonesia. As soon as the people are living with certain chronic conditions, including arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, for example, they need to have to be on a long-term, a few months of steroids. So, however, the impact of, steroids could be massive. Therefore, prescribing steroids need to be carefully, managed and monitored. And quite a lot of them, they need to be on reduced steroids in order to prevent certain consequences, such as hyperglycemia. Next. Yeah, again, I've discussed about it, everyone. Okay, the diagnosis criteria is very important here. Of course, we need to understand the signs and symptoms, as well as we need to, make sure that people can be diagnosed as early as possible. I think in the UK, we are very, very comfortable using HbA1c because it's quite straightforward compared to, like 2 hours postprandial test and fasting test and so on, which actually not convenient to the patient. If we have used the HbA1c quite a long time, I think since 2011, so more than nearly 15 years, HbA1c has been used to diagnose people with diabetes, in addition to other methods, of course. Okay, next. Okay, I think I discussed about it. There is no need to repeat this one. Thank you. Okay, next. Okay, this is about the diagnosis diagnosis management. How long my time my remaining time? Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Robert. It's 10 minutes left.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you. Well done. Thank you very much. Are we all okay, everyone? I hope that I'm not too fast.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. This is the clinical, kind of subtyping first diagnosed with diabetes. Confirmation is important here, particularly if they are asymptomatic. So therefore there are different methods to to diagnose whether the patient actually symptomatic or not symptomatic to start with, and also we need to exclude whether the hyperglycemia is actually caused by defect of insulin production, or it could be caused by something else, such as if they are on steroid, for example, or on certain medication. So this is something that we need to consider, as well as considering different kind of risk factors here, as well as other comorbidities, because this actually will help us to start what medications is needed for our patients. Okay, next. This is something that we, I try to help my students here and also the nurses in helping them to understand in clinical practice. This is not we are not talking about diagnosis criteria, but we are talking about day-to-day management. So because sometimes healthcare professional, including nurses, because we are talking about numbers, we tend to be confused. We can't remember what exactly the expectation of blood glucose level. So this is really what we try to to help them. We are talking about children with type 1 diabetes, adult with type 1 diabetes or type 2 diabetes. What exactly the target of blood glucose level before and after meals? And I can understand in Indonesia use milligram per deciliters. However, in the UK, we use a millimole per liter. So you just need to multiply it by the value in millimole by 18, and you will get milligram per deciliters. So because I'm not familiar anymore now with 180 milligram per deciliters, but I'm getting used to this millimole. Right. Okay. Thank you. Next. And also know the numbers in relation to the blood pressure, for example, blood lipid, the kidney function, and body mass index. This is something that we need to, we have people to be aware, not necessarily talking about diabetes, but we are talking about how to prevent cardiovascular complication as well. Again, even for nurses, for healthcare professionals, sometimes we tend to forget about it. Patients, they tend to forget about the numbers. So it is actually necessary to discuss, and also to, to find out whether, they can actually find what is the acceptable, what you call it, readings that we can actually expect from them, because everyone is different, as well as the, the target is also different. Next. Right, so need to say, regardless, right, whether it is type 1 or whether it is type 2, whether this person actually young, whether this is actually this person actually old, but there are some common health issues in people with diabetes. When I did my research quite years and years ago, actually, when I did my research to observe, the way how the specialist nurses consulted their consultations, and I was sitting there, I was observing, when this patient actually talked to the diabetes specialist nurses, I was actually amazed with the variety of problems nurses need to help them, because again, everyone is different. One day we had a patient 21 years old with with diabetic retinopathy. Even she's quite young, she's only 21, but she started to have diabetic retinopathy because she didn't attend her consultation again and again. The other day we are talking about a patient who was struggling with the diabetic foot ulcer. So it's complex. Diabetes is complex. So we can actually expect all of this from any patients coming to our clinics. Next. Right, now then, we need to think, is diabetes a vascular disease? Because from the definition itself, we know that diabetes is metabolic disorder, but then is it also cardiovascular disease? But to answer that one, of course, diabetes, the main characteristic of hyperglycemia, and then the consequences could be in the form either short-term complication, such as diabetic ketoacidosis, hyperosmolar hyperglycemic state, or in the long-term complications, either macrovascular complication or microvascular complications. Next. Right, this is quite straightforward. This is, I like this diagram because, again, the main factor is hyperglycemia. From hyperglycemia, that could end up with, cardiovascular conditions, because the hyperglycemia itself will damage our vessels. Basically, I believe that when we return back to the pathogenesis of a cardiovascular complication, there are different ways to explain it. We can actually look at from different pathways, such as the polyal pathways. I'm not sure whether you have about polyal pathway, or you might need to look from the ROS, the what you call it, the level of ROS. Or we can actually look at the NGE end products, or or oxidative stress. So whatever concept we are interested in, all of them actually could result in micro or macrovascular complications. In addition, if the patient already have high blood sugar levels, right, or their diet is not good, which actually could end up with dyslipidemia, this actually could end up with a massive severe endothelial dysfunctions. And then when we talk about older people, many of them could suffer from atherothrombolytic states. This actually could end up or could accelerate the cardiovascular problems. Next. In the UK, we have actually learned basically the impact of diabetes is massive. Yeah, again, this could affect our all organs. And then when we talk about cardiovascular complication, as you can see on the right, sadly they are actually still increasing rather than decreasing. Okay, later on. Next. Again, this actually the cumulative incident showing people with type 2 diabetes, showing the correlation between type 2 diabetes and other comorbidities, such as cardiovascular complications, such as AF, for example, or MI, acute myocardial infarction. They're actually quite high when you think about it. How we manage it, we can actually go later on. This is a very, very classic model of SECO elements of managing and preventing people with long-term conditions. I don't like the word chronic, because I like it's long-term rather than long-term condition. The chronic. When you talk about chronic care model, there it depends. It depends on how the system being delivered, from the central government to the local, services, how people being supported, to manage their condition, what resources are available in the community, what about the digital and information technology being implemented within the healthcare setting, as well as how the organizational as well as decision support would be made available to clinicians and patients. Very, very good concepts. Next. In the UK, we have actually committed to tackle diabetes as well as cardiovascular condition, including cancer, for example. Within our framework, we call it NHS long-term plan. Next. Some of the priorities are including diabetes and cardiovascular disease, as you can see there. Basically, so this actually we are actually looking at the quality of services, as well as how to make sure that system is available for the clinicians to manage these conditions, including diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Okay, thank you. Next. Right, I'm not sure. I have not managed to check, what risk estimators being used in Indonesia, but in clinical practice, I think there are different risk estimators available for clinician and general public, even such as from UKBDS, for example. We use UKBDS quite a long time ago to help clinician and patient to understand whether they are actually at risk of of living with cardiovascular disease or not. In clinical practice, we use a QR risk. Sorry, it's wrong spelling. This one, QR risk. 3 versions, which is quite useful. Next. Right. Would you mind, everyone? Maybe we don't have any time now, but if you could actually record this, the link. This is actually, you could actually, sorry about it, but if you wish, you could actually try to, measure yourself whether you are at risk of living with cardiovascular complication in the next 10 years or not. I think the good thing with QR risk factor, they have included in the UK, they have included the postcode, for example, because it depends where you live. Maybe this is something that you can actually tell us, because of the postcode is very, very important, because people who live in a certain deprived areas, the risk actually higher compared to people who live in other areas. Let me know if you can actually find anything similar like this has been used in Indonesia. Would you mind to let me know? So I would like to compare as well. This is actually has been used in the UK and in the USA, and I believe in in Europe this actually been utilized as well. Yeah, thank you. The management, when we talk about policies, there are a lot, everyone. This is something that I feel a bit lacking in Indonesia. I'm sorry to say, basically, right? Because the management, it depends on the algorithm, depend on the clinicians, but sometimes who actually need to make it, and how and when, and and to be updated and so on. I think in the UK we have quite a lot of policies and guidance to manage diabetes, including cardiovascular disease. There are a lot. If you go to the NICE website, you will actually find so many different guidelines related to diabetes as well as cardiovascular complications. Next. Right. This is just very straightforward. I don't want to explain early on. It's about how to select medications. As you can see here, just an example of the guidance here. To start with, of course, for people with type 2 diabetes, we need to start about diet and lifestyle advice first. And then the guidance is very, very clear how to select medications. This is actually based on other what you call other factors. My time is up. Just go a little bit further. This is about just to show very quick about management of type 2 diabetes. Would you mind to go a little bit later, everyone? Just two more slides.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
just another slide. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the key of action here. I think in any type of diabetes, the key action is all about patient education, basically, right? And also, how to modify their diet is very, very important. And in addition to do that, also we need to include how to manage blood glucose management and drug administrations. There are different kind of information actually attached to my slide here, including competency framework for nurses as well as for other healthcare professionals, but we can actually discuss it later on, everyone. So my key point here, management of diabetes is complex, and then in order to prevent cardiovascular complications, of course, we need to to manage it as early as possible. And then for people without diabetes or without cardiovascular complication, we need also to to help them to assess as early as possible whether they are at risk of diabetes or not, or whether they are at risk of cardiovascular complication or not. Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robert, for the insightful explanation about the diabetes mellitus. And please give applause for our presenter, speaker, Mr. Robert.
Yeah.
And in here, whether you're online or offline, if you have additional question, you can write on the chat on Zoom, or later we have a panel discussion and you can ask directly. Okay, in here in our Zoom meeting has joined with us Miss Lida Jensen. I'm sorry, Lida Jensen. Hello, Miss Jensen.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon in here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, Miss Jensen, is it clear, the sound that you heard?
Yes, very clear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the last speaker of this session is Miss Lida Jensen MN from Hogeschool via Netherlands. I will read the brief summary of the speaker's background and achievement. In here, Miss Lida Jensen graduates.
Yes, can I speak?
Pardon?
Shall I start with my presentation?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you have 30 minutes for the presentation, Miss Jensen, yes. And we welcoming you to the presentation.
Yes. Okay. Shall I share it, or do you have the PowerPoint?
We will share the PPT.
Yes. Well, first I'd like to introduce myself when you can start the PowerPoint. I'm Lida Jansen. I'm a lecturer in nursing in the University of Applied Science in the Netherlands. Selamat sore. Good afternoon to you all.
Selamat sore. Good afternoon.
Selamat sore. Well, I will tell you about my research, what I did about extratensional meaning and lifestyle changing after being diagnosed with a cardiovascular disease. Please, will you give him to the slideshow? Then I can read the letters better. Yes, thank you. Well, you can do the next one. Well, I'd like you to tell me you more about introduction, research approach, method I used, and the results and discussion. Next. My research question was, what is the meaning of lifestyle change after being diagnosed? And we heard already from Dr. Robert, about the cardiovascular disease. So this presentation will follow after the presentation of Dr. Robert. So it will tell you more about the cardiovascular diseases and about the lifestyle change. Next. We all know that cardiovascular disease are the #1 cause of death globally. So this is increasing a lot. And lifestyle change is very difficult to change. We all know that. And lifestyle change can reduce the complication also from the diabetes, what we heard from Dr. Roberts. So we have to be the focus on health and the behavior of lifestyle. Next. And we all know that we as nurses, we know that a lot of motivational theories are from the psychological aspect. But it's interesting to think about motivation and to change lifestyle. Is it also existential meaning? Can we change the life instrumental, or can we change the lifestyle from another perspective, from a deep existential meaning? Maybe that will help change lifestyle. So that's my research about. Can existential meaning help to change the lifestyle? Next. First, we have to look about meaning and spirituality. What is that? We see in this definition that it goes about seeking for meaning, for purpose in life, transcendence, but also relationships to self, family, others, the community, and also nature, art, music. And spirituality is expressed through beliefs, values, tradition, and practice. So spirituality is not only about religion, it's about the deep meaning in life and purpose and transcendence, but also relationships. Thank you. Next. In the Netherlands, we use the Newman system model in the nursing. So nursing is a holistic approach, and we have to think about what is our vision on a human being. And the Newman system model, they said it's an open system, the human being, and it goes about physiological aspects in life, psychological aspects, but also social, cultural, and developmental. It's important, is it a child or a mother or a grandmother, the patient of you, but also about spirituality. And it goes about hope, strength, sources, values. What gives you hope when you are ill? What gives you the power to continue? What are your sources of sources and values in life? So that's the human being. It's holistic care. Thank you. Next. Well, the research I did was a phenomenological research. I used the reflective livefield approach from Dahlberg. So as a researcher, I have to be very open and reflective in my attitude. And I did in-depth interviews. Next. And the analysis I used was a very attentive reading of the whole text. And I have to think about identifying meaning units and clustering the meaning units into constituents so that I can formulate the essence of my research, of the phenomenological aspects. Next. Well, I include 18 patients with different cardiovascular diseases and cardiovascular risk from the north of the Netherlands, and I did a purposive sample. So I asked people, do you know somebody with also a cardiovascular disease? And that's the purposive sample. And I did with these patients the in-depth interviews. Next. What are the results of the lifestyle change and the meaning of lifestyle change? First, about the lifestyle change. this patient has to change their life. The doctors told them, and the nurse also. They have to stop smoking. They have to take a lot of medication. They have to doing sports more and more. They have to reduce the stress. And they have to change the diet to use less salt, less fluids, reduce the fat and reduce the sugar. So a lot of things they have to change in their lifestyle. And as I told you already, lifestyle change is not only instrumental, but it's about a deep meaning of life. Why does it help me to change the lifestyle? What are the, how can it help me? Next. Well, as a phenomenological researcher, I get the central themes of these in-depth interviews. And the central themes are letting go, holding on, needing encourage, and being brave. And also floating feelings are there on and off, like feelings of guiltiness, because maybe they smoke a lot and then they get ill and they feel guilty about it. And also feeling of shames. Why have I done not more sports? Why did I not change my lifestyle before? So these feelings are important to understand as a nurse, that they have that feelings. So these themes I will, in the next sheets, I will tell you more about that. Next. First, letting go. When they have this cardiovascular disease, they feel experience of loss. Loss of the old normal. Loss of how they struggle with the transition between the wish to remain the old self and to adapt a new lifestyle change. So this loss of the old normal is important to understand, that they wish to be the old, but they have to be a new person. And that's a struggle in life. When you go to a birthday party and normally you eat a cake or a candy, but now the new lifestyle change said, no, it's important to have a good lifestyle and to change your diet. So that's a hard lifestyle change for people. And they have also a loss of bodily functions. They have to live with a broken body. For the cardiovascular disease, they have now less energy, maybe. So that's a loss of bodily functions. They cannot live the old way before. And they have a feeling of loss of freedom. They cannot choose what they wish to eat. They cannot choose to sit on the couch the whole day. They have to be doing more sports. So the freedom is also very important to understand as a nurse and also as a doctor. Next. Another theme of this research is holding on. And holding on means they have to being healthy, and it's a deep longing to keep what they used to be able to do before. And also being normal. They don't want to see as a patient, but as a human being. They have to take part of the normal life, even when they have less condition. But they want to be the normal person before. And that's not always normal for them, because they have to have a broken body sometimes. Next. So these patients need a lot of encouragement, not only from the nurse, but they told me they have the feeling sometimes of being carried by the feeling that a higher power helps to give strength. And they feel rest and power. The other one, please, before. Can you please do the other sheet? No, before, I was not ready with that. That one, yes, thank you. The feeling that a higher powers help them to give this strength and feel rest and power to continue this lifestyle change. So people tell me that they sometimes pray to give, maybe from their religion, that a higher power will help them to give strength to hold on this lifestyle change. And also being seen as someone will help. There's not being seen as a patient, but maybe as a grandmother or a mother of, or a husband. So that's important. And also the feeling of being connected, not being the only. And religion gives them support, but also being in a group. sports in a group. That helps them also. Thank you. Next. And they are very brave, making brave choices. This is a very Dutch example, like buying an electric bicycle. Because one person told me that it was very difficult to change their bike. Normally they have a normal bike, but this cardiovascular disease gives them a lot of less condition. So they need an electric bike. And when we have an electric bike, sometimes it looks like you are very ill. So they don't want to buy that electric bicycle, but it helps them to have more freedom. And also a walk alone, sometimes it's very difficult to go for a walk alone. But why are you walking on the street when you are not doing, when you are not going to a store? So that's very Dutch example, of course. I don't know how it is in your country. But it was brave for them to make that kind of choice. So the small steps to change the lifestyle, it helps very that they have goals in life. When I know in the future, there is a wedding, or my grandson is born, something like that, it helps to hold on the lifestyle change. So that's also very existential, that there are activities in the future that will help. So as a nurse, you can ask, is there a very interesting family activity, or is there something in the future you have for as a goal in life? So that helps. Next. And you see this in a little art, that this teams holding on, being brave, letting go, and needing encourage will go on and off. There is not a list, it's a continuum. These feelings are there on and off. So as a nurse, you can ask, how are you? Give someone you encourage. How is it with the feelings of guiltiness? How is it with the feeling of shame? Do you have them? How is transcendence help you? Do you have a religion? How can you put in your religion in your lifestyle change? What will help? Are there groups for you to being brave? To go to that group and that people give you support. Next. So these are my conclusion of the research. People are brave and powerful, so they can use this powerfulness, but they also need encouraged to change their lifestyle. And lifestyle change is a constant inner struggle in the life of these people with a cardiovascular disease. Of course, they want to be healthy again, but it's very difficult to stop smoking and to go to sports. So the relationships are important. The need for support from the family, peers and staff who is around them, and how do they support this lifestyle change. And there must be attention for the spiritual and the religious aspect of lifestyle change, because it's a holistic change. It's not only a functional change to eat less salt, but also a deep inner choices in life. What are my words and who gives me support? Next. So here are some discussion points to think about. So we need more knowledge of the transition of living with a chronic disease to help the people to feel more responsibility for their health. And we have also need improved understanding of this patient's meaning. And people need faith and hope and optimism to succeed in this lifestyle change. Next. These are the articles I write about. And on the next sheet, you found the QR code. So you can put on the next. Yes. So when you want to read about this topic more, you can find the articles in this QR code. So this was my presentation, and I hope you will learn more about the meaning of this lifestyle change and how hard it is for the people and how you as a nurse can support them. Thank you.
Thank you for Ms. Jansen for the great explanation and clear explanation about the research. Give applause for Ms. Jansen. And now we will going to the panel discussion in here. And if you have any question for the speaker at the discussion session, please raise your virtual hand in person in Zoom meeting. Or if in here, of the attendees in here, you can also raise your hand and you can say that you which speaker you want to ask. Is there any question in here? Both in Zoom meeting or in this room? Okay, yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Gadis Karing Adinda and I'm from 1A Diploma 4. I have a question for Mr. Robert. How to increase the society knowledge and awareness about the effect of diabetes mellitus and glucose tolerance to support their health? Thank you.
Mr. Robert, did you get the question?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, thank you. I'm still here. I think it was interesting as well before I'm answering the question to listen to leaders' presentations about lifestyle adjustment and spirituality. So that actually could link nicely with with the diabetes prevention as well as diabetes cardiovascular management and prevention as well. Right. Okay. Very, very good questions in terms of how to educate people with diabetes as well as how to prevent it, basically, right? I think we can, kind of look at it, and then the way how we support our society could be done from different routes or different systems, right? First of all, if we are looking from the national healthcare system, there should be a program basically in the UK since 2000. And since I think we are very, very progressing here basically, right, in educating people to prevent from diabetes and cardiovascular complications. To start with, as I said earlier on, for anyone who are at risk, that is why I ask you as a homework, would you mind everyone to measure yourself whether you are at risk or not to start with, right? So if you are at risk, then what you need to do next. I think Mr. Randy early on gave a very, very good example. I was very congratulations between from 91 kilogram, he managed to reduce to 72 kilograms, right? It's amazing. And I tried myself and how hard it is. In Indonesia, perhaps you are being lullabied by the environment actually, right? Because it's a warm, it's easy for you to walk, outside. However, when I went to Indonesia in November, I was so shocked because people were so lazy, sorry to say, right? Because it's too hot and they don't want to go outside to walk. Anywhere they are going, either driving or using Gojek, a Go car, or using motorbikes, and then people they don't want to walk, which is actually surprising me at all when I was in Indonesia in November. So how to educate the people, it depends. You could actually look, either you are targeting the society, right? Or you are actually helping individuals. Does make sense? If we are targeting society, look at it, what resources are available, as well as look at the, whether the government aware or not. If they are not aware, as nurses, try to campaign it, do a campaign, and then make sure that we can actually support our society. From the individual level, then we need to think, we could actually educate people at a different level. Diabetes UK has highlighted there are 3 different levels of education for people with diabetes. Majority of you could actually give like even a brief conversations. That is what we call is level 1, All student nurses, if you are, I can understand in Politeknik Surakarta, Diploma 4, I think one of your subject is diabetes. You could at least start to do level 1. It's all about educating individual patients one-to-one, not necessary structure. Does make sense? But any general talk to your patient, you can just start to include diabetes or cardiovascular complication. The highest level is what we call is a level 3, which is structure education. We are actually doing it from different angles in the UK. To start with, we have targeted people who are at risk of diabetes, right? So therefore, the government has spent a lot of money. We did a national project about 3-4 years ago, I believe. The project, we call it as a diabetes prevention program, right? The diabetes prevention program target people who are at risk of diabetes. If they go to the healthcare center here, right, or GP surgeries or Puskesmas, and then we realize, wow, you are actually at risk of diabetes, right? And then they are going to be offered structure education. Structure education can be attended either online or face-to-face, basically, right? It takes a few months for them to go, basically, right? Not necessarily every day, but we are helping them with lifestyle modifications, such as, later has suggested, what about lifestyle modification and diet, how, they manage their diet. So they need to attend structure educations, and then this actually funded by the government. Does it make sense here? So you can actually target that one. And then I just found from, this is the latest one. I think I just got it from from the post. The structure education actually released for about 3 years ago in the UK, and then it's amazing to see we recruited 4,500 people, right? To to participate into this project, but the average of losing weight is 11 kilogram. Right, so that is the average, because we are, anyone with a BMI very, very high, they could actually join the structure education. The average that they can actually lose weight is 11 kilogram. The way how we do it, we educate this, people who are at risk of diabetes, we monitor their HbA1c, and then we give them what we call is, like a shakes and soups, with a low calorie. The main idea here is a low-calorie diet, which is actually I'm quite happy with this one, because healthcare professionals felt reluctant in the UK years and years ago. We always call it healthy diet. What is healthy diet, right? So when we found out that people are struggling with their diet, and then they are afraid how much calorie is needed, so that is why the diabetes prevention program started in 2020 by educating people how to eat. So they need to eat soups and shakes over a few weeks. We monitor their, we monitor their weight, and after that, we also help them how to move back to their solid or normal diet. And then they could actually reduce their weight 11 kilograms on average. So we can actually use this that way as well. So both, actually, the question is very, very good. We could actually help the patient from the community level or from individual levels. Does it make sense? Thank you.
How about the answer? Is it clear? Okay. Is it, this is clear, Mr. Robert.
Okay, thank you. If not clear, I can go to solo.
Yeah. we will,
right.
we will, so grateful you come here. Is there any question? Again? Okay. 1, 2. Oh, okay. If you have any question for Miss Jensen, you can
Yeah.
first, yeah, because Miss Jensen will leave this conference around 5 minutes, so you can ask. So the first for Miss Jensen.
Yeah.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Wahyu Imam Santoso. question for Mrs. Leida Johnson. Question is, what aspect that usually passed by someone fast can cause fatality condition?
I'm sorry, you can repeat again.
What aspect that usually passed by someone who have cardiovascular disease which can cause fatality condition?
Okay, is it clear? Ms.
Thank you.
Jensen?
Yes, this question goes about cardiovascular disease and what it can, how people get the cardiovascular disease. Is that your question? Yes. Well, that's in the presentation from Dr. Roberts. Something like diabetic can get a cardiovascular disease, and also smoking, being fat. So that kind of things, it's all about lifestyle change. Cardiovascular disease can also be genetic. Sometimes you cannot do something about. It's from genetic problems. So we cannot always say it's your own fault that you have a cardiovascular disease. And something like a heart attack or a stroke is also a vascular disease. And so it's very important to change lifestyle before. So full in the test from Dr. Robert about the risk factors. So the risk factors, you can change your lifestyle and it will reduce. So yes.
Okay, is it clear? Okay.
Thank you for your question.
Is there any question for Ms. Jensen? Once more, Ms. Jensen, is it okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, once more for you.
Good afternoon, Miss. I would like to question for. So my question is how to support psychological someone who have cardiovascular disease when they already changed their lifestyle, but their condition still getting worse. Thank you.
Yes, and that's true because this cardiovascular disease will also have problems forever. Maybe the heart is not good anymore. So the condition will not always be changed. That's true. It can have problems for the whole life. The condition is less, maybe they are not strong enough anymore. So the condition will change. And that's the problem because all these diseases have to be before lifestyle change. When you have it, it also helps a little bit. And somebody with a heart attack, when they change their lifestyle to reduce stress, stop smoking, eat a healthy diet, it will help them to improve the health. So that's true. Is it clear for you? Yes.
Clear? Okay, clear.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jensen, I think that's thank you for.
Yes, I have to leave. Thank you for the invitation, and maybe we see each other later.
Yeah. We will
Yeah.
see you in the next event, maybe. You can join us.
Maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Jensen.
you.
Please
Bye.
applause for Ms. Jensen. Thank you. Okay, I see there's still any question. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Marcia Anton Herianti from 1A Diploma for Nursing Student. I ask a question for Mr. Robert. I have read an article which states the incidence of diabetes in children in Indonesia is currently increasing 70 times in 2023 compared to 2010, reaching up to 1,645 children. What do you think about this, and what preventive and also repressive measures can we take? Thank you.
Okay, can I answer it straight away? Sorry.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, thank you. A very, very good question. It is actually not only in Indonesia, but also everywhere in the world. The prevalence of diabetes in children is going up. I agree with you. Right? I agree with you. Actually, totally, I agree with you. Um, uh, we need to return back to what we have discussed early on. There are two different kind of points that I would like to raise here to start with. The first one is, of course, we need to enhance awareness, right? We need to give more education to people. The risk of type 2 diabetes, I agree. I think the risk of type 2 diabetes is in children is actually higher as well. So because we were thinking about type 2 is related to older people, but it's no longer like that. So people could be diagnosed early. They are younger and then they catch up diabetes early on. One of the aspects why it is actually increasing, it's all about, again, lifestyle problems. Children eat, like a junk food, for example, and then obesity is quite high in children. So therefore, educating people with healthy lifestyle is very, very important. In the UK, luckily, again, because we have the funding to schools, a healthy food or healthy meals in school is also very important. And then schools that provide the food for lunch for the children. Is that also in Indonesia? Apakah sekolah mengasih makan siang untuk anak-anak in Indonesia?
Some schools.
Some school, yeah, some school. I think it is expensive, therefore, but I think there is a scheme for in school here in the UK. Even meal being provided in the school, because they try to do their best as kids can they should eat as healthy as possible. So so that actually one key point that I would like to suggest: educating children and make sure that the system is available is important. The second one is all about make sure that we actually make a diagnosis as early as possible as well, basically, right? So again, through risk as assessment, self-assessment, basically, right? And then also make sure that they are being assessed as quick as possible. That actually something that we need to do. So there are two aspects that we can actually do in order to tackle obesity, cardiovascular in children. The last key point is also to make sure that healthcare professionals are being prepared, because in the diabetes care team here in where I live in Peterborough, right, we have a very, very strong diabetes care team. They used to be based in a hospital, but they now have their own office in the community. When I talk diabetes care team, we have a strong team. So within the diabetes care team, we have maybe two, at least diabetes consultants. We have 5 diabetes specialist nurses. We have dietitians. We have psychology, because dietitian, we have a psychologist, just an example of the team. Even within the diabetes care team, we have 2 different specialties here for nurses who look after adults, and also for nurses who look after children, because we realize how important it is to tackle and to manage diabetes in children. Once they grown up, so we are talking about up until 17 years old, right? So they are still under the care of nurses caring for children. But when they are getting older, the file and then the care need to be moved to the adult team. Does it make sense here? Although they're still working within the team, but they, their patients are different. So it's quite interesting, and I believe that in Indonesia there are still a lot of opportunities to improve it. And then if you are interested in diabetes, mahasiswa D4, diabetes, I think your opportunities are there basically, right? But we just need to make sure that you are going to be absorbed by the system, and you can actually work and contribute to managing people with diabetes when you finish from your education. Okay, does it make sense?
Is it clear?
Is that clear? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It is clear, Mr. Robert.
Yeah, brilliant.
Is there any question again? Okay, once more question. Is it good, Mr. Robert?
Yes, yeah, of course. I think I need to leave at 9 o'clock, but another question will be fine.
Okay. Once more question. The last question for this session.
I'm sorry, before this question is for Mr. Randy.
Oh, Mr. Randy. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Randy. Okay, brilliant.
Mr. Randy, do you still with us?
Okay, I can hear your voice.
Yeah, please.
Okay, first, let me introduce myself. My name is Zakaria Desa Mahendra. I'm from class 1A, Diploma 4. I have question for Mr. Randy. How to apply the 6 pillars transformation to overcome catastrophic disease? Thank you.
Is it clear, Mr. Randy?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay.
Okay, I can answer directly.
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you for question. And then as we know that we have 6 health transformation by Ministry of Health. And then if we talk about catastrophic disease, it should be better when we use the first step of transformation. The first level of transformation is transformation in primary. So if we look sub or indicator of the first transformation is we should to make health promotion to our community, and then to analyze or measure health condition in our community, vaccination, and another way to make our community health. So I think the first step that we should do is promotion and prevention. So what is our function in the first transformational? If you ask student in health or nurses, you should be good role model for your community. So like this, if your friend in dormitory are smoker, you should be can to change their habit, become not smoke. Because you have responsibility to give information for them that not only them get the smoke from a cigarette, but also another person can get the smoke, and it make increasing risk for cancer. So maybe you can start in the little group, and then you can go to a big community like in at the RW or your family. In bahasa practice make perfect. Jadi, if you practice in the first community, you can go to another community better when you give information and or when you give promotion. So I think that's all.
Okay. Is it clear for you? about the answer? Okay. It is clear, Mr. Randy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are in the end of the discussion session. As we conclude this session, I will provide a brief summary of the key takeaways and insights shared. We should decrease the number of catastrophic disease using new way of life or lifeway changing. So the cost for curing catastrophic disease will decrease as well, like cardiovascular disease, diabetes mellitus, and stroke. Government should be using the update database to make the policy. Prevention and management need to be delivered based on the latest based evidence, and a shared best practice internationally is vital. As a nurse, we have to be full of responsibility when giving management for catastrophic disease patient. As we wrap up today's session, I want to express my gratitude to our speakers for making this session of this international conference a success. Whether you're online or offline, I'd like to once again thank you everyone for the contribution and participation. Thank you to Mr. Randy, Mr. Robert, Mrs. Lida for giving us a new insight. The certificate will be sent to your email by Kamari. Let's give a big round of applause to speakers in this session. We hope you leave with valuable insight and connection that will benefit your work and the global community. We hope you found this seminar informative and useful, and we look forward to seeing you at our next event. Have a great day. Thank you, Mr. Randy and Mr. Robert. Thank you so much for this session.
Matur nuwun, Pak Robert. Thank you. Thank you sampai nanti ya, and thank you to all of you.
Terima kasih Pak Robert. Monggo
Oke.
Pak.
Iya betul ya, dan terima kasih untuk Bu Tika dan Bu Ata dan semua panitia.
Kondur Klaten Pak.
Oke, saya mau kondur ya. Nanti kita ketemu.
Ya.
Oke, thank you Pak Randy. Ya, thank you Pak Randy. Oke. Bye everyone.
Bye. For the time, I will give to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Maria, for getting the third plenary session. And also thank you for Mr. Randy, Dr. Robert, and Mrs. Jensen as the speaker of the third plenary session.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the last agenda of 7 INC. I'm Melita Ashifa and my partner. On behalf of the committee, we'd like to say thank you for all the speakers and audiences for joining our event from the start until the end. And this event about to come to the very end. I hope you found the presentation on this conference are informative and helpful. Also, we would like to apologize if there's some inconvenience during this event. Let us all be guided by all things we have learned throughout the conference and be able to influence our future. Stay safe, stay healthy. See you next time, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
want her to be the only girl that I love for the rest of my life, and give her the best of me till the day.
A hopeless romantic all my life, surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I find a lover that could hug me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical, but still I want it more, more, more. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. All the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. I look for his arrows every day. I guess he got lost or flew away. Waiting around his ways and counting the days since November. His loving is good as they say. Now I'm so lonely. Oh, I wish I find a lover that could hug me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical, but still I want it more, more, more. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. All the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. Hopeless girl is seeking someone who will share this feeling. I'm a fool for love, a fool for love. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. All the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. I give a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. All the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb.
We just released a new AI tool that lets you build surveys in seconds. This will revolutionize how you do your market research.
Maybe it's the way you say my name. Maybe it's the way you play your game. But it's so good. I've never known anybody like you. But it's so good. I've never dreamed of nobody like you. And I've heard of a love that comes once in a lifetime. And I'm pretty sure that you are that love of mine. 'Cause I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you would be mine, mine.
Does it get so hard to breathe when you're looking at me? I've never felt so alive and free. When you're looking at me, I've never felt so happy. And I've heard of a love that comes once in a lifetime, and I'm pretty sure that you are that love of mine. 'Cause I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you'd be mine, mine. And I see forever in your eyes. I feel okay when I see you smile, smile. Wishing on dandelions all of the time, praying to God that one day you'll be mine. Wishing on dandelions all of the time, all of the time. Dandelion, into the wind you go, won't you let my darling know? Dandelion, into the wind you go, won't you let my darling know that I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you would be mine. And I see forever in your eyes. I feel okay when I see you smile, smile. Wishing on dandelions all of the time, praying to God that one day you'll be mine. Wishing on dandelions all of the time, all of the time. I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you would be mine, mine.
We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore like we used